Chapter 794. Where are you? Fang Chen clearly heard the voice, but he couldn't see anyone. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Could it be a hallucination? Fang Chen shook his head and muttered to himself. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Brother Chen. This time, Fang Chen heard it clearly. He looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to find that the voice was coming from a rock at the bottom of the lake. Splash! Fang Chen hurriedly descended to the bottom of the lake. He came to the rock and asked, are you inside? Brother Chen, I'm injured and can't go out. Please protect me. Star and Moon's voice came intermittently. Okay, I'll protect you. When Fang Chen heard this, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Star and Moon didn't die. He was wild with joy. Fang Chen tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He stood quietly beside the rock and protected Star and Moon. Although Fang Chen had a lot of questions in his heart at this moment, he eventually dismissed the idea of asking. Star and Moon had just passed the 9-9 lightning tribulation and was seriously injured. Her top priority was to heal her injuries. A few days later, Fang Chen quietly guarded the rock. Suddenly, Fang Chen was startled awake by a loud noise. In the next moment, Fang Chen sensed a vast dark yin evil qi coming from the rock. He subconsciously took a few steps back. It was also at this moment that the rock suddenly exploded and turned into countless powder. It finally merged with the dark yin evil qi in the air. Splash! When Star and Moon appeared, the dark yin evil qi in the air instantly rushed into her body. At this moment, Star and Moon was still naked. Her white body was exposed in front of Fang Chen. However, it seemed that after what happened previously, Star and Moon was no longer shy. Just like that, she stared straight at Fang Chen. Star and Moon's injuries had long since healed, and they were in good condition. Seeing this, Fang Chen ran over and hugged Star and Moon. He was very happy. I'm so glad you're okay, Fang Chen said excitedly as he hugged Star and Moon tightly. Brother Chen. Xingyu's face was also filled with a happy smile. During the last lightning tribulation of the 9-9 lightning tribulation, Xingyu thought that she was going to die. Star and Moon couldn't bear to part with Fang Chen forever. But fortunately, she was able to endure it in the end. From now on, she could be considered a true martial realm expert. Furthermore, he was a warrior of the true martial realm who had gone through 9 heavenly tribulations. After a round of intimacy, Star and Moon and Fang Chen emerged from the bottom of the lake. Star and Moon took out a piece of clothing from her space ring and put it on. Then, she held Fang Chen's hand with her small white hand and walked to the side of the lake. What exactly did you experience during the last bolt of lightning? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. Star and Moon replied, the power of the 9 heavenly tribulations was too strong. I thought that I wouldn't be able to withstand it and would die. Fortunately, at the last moment, the owner of the lake died. The dark yin stone transformed from the dark yin evil body helped me, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen was stunned, and then came to a sudden understanding. The rock that Xingyu was on was actually the profound yin stone that was formed from the fall of the profound yin baleful body. The dark yin stone is formed from the dark yin evil body. It is filled with a vast amount of dark yin evil qi. At the critical moment, the dark yin stone helped me. I absorbed enough dark yin evil qi to barely withstand the last bolt of lightning. Although I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, I was also injured, Star and Moon said. After listening to Star and Moon's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. There was a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had undergone the tribulation here. If he had undergone the tribulation elsewhere, without the help of the dark yin stone, how would Star and Moon have withstood it? This also made Fang Chen fully aware of the terror of the 9 heavenly tribulations. If he wanted to undergo the tribulation in the future, he must be well prepared. He mustn't be reckless. Now that you have successfully overcome the tribulation, you can be considered a true martial realm expert, Fang Chen said with a grin. Fang Chen was very happy that Star and Moon was strong. Star and Moon nodded. The aura of the true martial realm emanated from her body instantly, which made Fang Chen extremely shocked. You are the only true martial realm expert to undergo the 9 heavenly tribulations in the Gujian continent in the past few thousand years, Fang Chen praised. After overcoming the 9 heavenly tribulations, you will definitely become a mysterious king realm expert in the future. Congratulations. Hearing this, Star and Moon also smiled slightly. As long as she could be with Fang Chen, the mysterious king realm was not important. I have to work hard in the future. Otherwise, how can I protect you, Yu-Er? Fang Chen said with a smile. Brother Chen's tribulation will definitely attract the 9 heavenly tribulations, Star and Moon said with a smile. The strength of the heavenly tribulations of the true martial realm was related to the potential of the martial artist undergoing the tribulation. The more monstrous the potential of the martial artist, the more powerful the heavenly tribulations attracted. Fang Chen was very surprised that Star and Moon could attract the 9 heavenly tribulations. Back then, when they were both disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, although Star and Moon were very outstanding, Fang Chen had stolen all the limelight. Thinking about it, Star and Moon's dark yin demonic body had not yet awakened at that time. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. It seemed that the dark yin demonic body was a super special body constitution. In the few years after leaving the Shungfeng nation, Star and Moon had grown to this level. She had even stepped into the true martial realm before Fang Chen, and she had undergone the 9 heavenly tribulations. Let's go. The heavenly void mystery land has been open for a long time, Fang Chen said to himself. At this time, Fang Chen was also very glad. Back then, he had been searching for the Medicine King's inheritance everywhere. Only then did he come to that dilapidated city by chance. Then, he was sucked into this place by Star and Moon. To become a true martial realm expert, a mere cliff was naturally not a problem for Star and Moon. Under the lead of Star and Moon, the couple quickly returned to the surface. We're finally back. Fang Chen took a deep breath and smiled. Star and Moon looked at her husband sweetly. With such a husband, she had no regrets in life. Brother Chen, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck now, right? Star and Moon asked as she saw Fang Chen's cultivation at a glance. Fang Chen nodded and said, yes, the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. I'm only 1 step away from the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Last time, I benefited a lot from dual cultivation. If we do it a few more times, I might be able to break through. Star and Moon's face turned slightly red when she heard this. Seeing this, Fang Chen changed the topic and said, I was just joking. At this moment, Star and Moon raised her head. The blush on her face faded and her beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chen. She asked, Brother Chen, let's dual cultivate. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Fang Chen was stunned and immediately overjoyed. He couldn't wait to pounce in front of Star and Moon, but was stopped by Star and Moon. It's broad daylight. Oh, I know. Fang Chen took Star and Moon and flew into the air. Soon, they found a very secluded cave. There were countless towering trees around, blocking the entrance of the cave. Usually, no one would come here. It's here, Fang Chen said with a smile. Then, the two entered the cave. It was strange. Usually, no one would come to this secluded place, but now, there were 2 martial artists. Fang Chen recognized one of them. It was Tang Sheng, who he had fought with before. At this time, Tang Sheng's injuries had already healed. Beside him was an enchanting woman. This woman was the saintess of a sect in Tianju. Tang Sheng was very strong and had great potential. In Tianju, he was favored by countless big sects. Most importantly, the sect that Tang Sheng belonged to was the strongest sect in Tianju. And the sect that the enchanting woman belonged to was a little weaker. If one wanted to survive in Tianju, one must find a backer. As a matter of fact, the enchanting woman found Tang Sheng. She did everything she could to seduce Tang Sheng and make Tang Sheng interested in her body. Now, Tang Sheng couldn't wait any longer. He found a random place and was ready to vent. Coming to this secluded place, Tang Sheng grabbed the enchanting woman's clothes and tore them. The enchanting woman's clothes instantly fell off and her beautiful body appeared in front of Tang Sheng's eyes. What a stunner! Looking at the enchanting woman's body, Tang Sheng couldn't help but laugh wildly. Senior brother Tang Sheng, as long as you like, I can serve you every day. But, the enchanting woman's eyes flickered and her entire body was filled with charm. Looking at Tang Sheng, she said, I hope senior brother Tang Sheng can take care of our sect in the future. Hearing this, Tang Sheng nodded, don't worry. In the future, in Tianju, no one will dare to touch your sect. Then, Tang Sheng pulled the enchanting woman into his arms and prepared to enter the cave. Looking at the enchanting woman's expression, Tang Sheng grinned, if other people know that the revered saintess of Tianju has been conquered by me, I wonder what they would think. Saintess is just what the outside world calls me. In front of senior brother Tang Sheng, I am just a woman, said the enchanting woman. At the same time, her small white hands wrapped around Tang Sheng's neck. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the cave. Tang Sheng pushed the stone door. Rumble, pushed by Tang Sheng, the stone door slowly opened. At this moment, Fang Chen and Star and Moon, who were inside, were suddenly shocked. Then, Star and Moon waved their hands. Immediately, a cold aura spread out and wrapped around the stone door, making it impossible for Tang Sheng to push it open. What's wrong with this stone door? Outside the cave, Tang Sheng couldn't push the stone door open. This made him very confused. At this moment, inside the cave, Fang Chen was burning with anger. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Then, he quickly put on his clothes. Star and Moon also put on their clothes. You're ruining my plans, Fang Chen said coldly. Then, the cold aura on the stone door instantly dissipated and the stone door opened. Tang Sheng and the enchanting woman entered the cave. They didn't realize that there was someone in the cave. Seeing this, the enchanting woman screamed loudly. She hurriedly used her arms to cover the important parts of her body and quickly put on her clothes. Tang Sheng was about to explode in anger, but when he saw that the warriors in the cave were Fang Chen and Star and Moon, a wild smile appeared on his face. Chapter 795. Since you're here, leave your life behind. Fang Chen's face was ashen as he said eerily. Star and Moon, who was standing behind Fang Chen, was very calm. She didn't say anything. Let Fang Chen handle this kind of thing. Fang Chen, you were lucky to escape last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Tang Sheng sneered. At the same time, Tang Sheng's eyes were fixed on Star and Moon behind Fang Chen. His eyes were full of greed. Senior brother Tang Sheng. At this moment, the enchanting woman had also put on her clothes. Her face was full of displeasure. She said in a delicate voice, kill them. Don't worry. Wait for me. After Tang Sheng finished speaking, he took a step forward. The aura around him surged. He stared at Fang Chen and said, kid, with your little strength, you still dare to seek pleasure here. You're courting death. Today, not only will you die, but even the beauty behind you will have to serve me. Hearing Tang Sheng's words, Fang Chen was completely enraged. You must die. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly waved the hidden star sword and performed the Golden Radiance Bright Dragon Sword technique. Whoosh! The golden sword light pierced directly towards Tang Sheng. Bang! Tang Sheng's fist suddenly shattered the golden sword light. The energy fluctuations that were emitted caused the entire cave to tremble. Fang Chen and Tang Sheng instantly started fighting. Star and Moon didn't look worried at all. In her eyes, Tang Sheng was just an ant. As long as Fang Chen was in danger, she could intervene at any time. The enchanting woman opposite her glared at Star and Moon. Her face was full of disdain. As the saintess, she was caught doing this with Tang Sheng. If this spread out, how could she survive in Tianju? Therefore, she wanted Tang Sheng to kill both of them. Of course, there was another reason why she was jealous of Star and Moon. Star and Moon were more beautiful and elegant than her. Rumble. In the midst of their battle, the cave finally gave in and collapsed. The four of them instantly flew out of the cave. The battle between Fang Chen and Tang Sheng had already entered a white-hot stage. Fang Chen, do you think this little bit of strength can do anything to me? Sneered Tang Sheng. At this moment, Tang Sheng mustered all his strength, and a strange handprint appeared in the sky. In the middle of the handprint, there was a tiny golden person. The tiny golden figure was waving its fists. Every time it waved its fists, the power of its hand seals would increase. When the power of the handprint reached its peak, the tiny golden person instantly fused into the handprint. Die. Tang Sheng activated his hand seal and blasted it at Fang Chen. This was Tang Sheng's ultimate skill. It was extremely powerful. Once it was used, even Tang Sheng himself would not be able to control it. At this moment, he had no other choice but to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen's golden ray bright dragon sword technique was instantly shattered by the handprint. Star and Moon wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Fang Chen. He activated his sword intent, and a violent sword chi soared into the sky. At this moment, the golden ray bright dragon sword technique was activated again. Fang Chen's attack suddenly increased, and it shocked Tang Sheng. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced the handprint with absolute strength. After the handprint was pierced, its power instantly dissipated. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity, and with a tap of his foot, he arrived in front of Tang Sheng and stabbed his sword. The hidden star sword pierced Tang Sheng's body. No! This sudden turn of events caused Tang Sheng to be a little alarmed. He roared loudly. Stop! However, it was too late. When the hidden star sword was pulled out, Tang Sheng was already dead. Tang Sheng, the second strongest person in Tianzhou's younger generation, had silently fallen here. At this moment, the enchanting woman was completely shocked. She originally thought that Tang Sheng could kill these two people, but in a flash, Tang Sheng was killed. The enchanting woman's heart was filled with fear. She kept shaking her head, and her heart was shaken. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind, and she kept retreating. After retreating a few steps, the enchanting woman stopped, and her eyes flickered. She gritted her teeth and looked at Fang Chen, and a seductive aura instantly emerged from her body. Young master, your strength is really too strong. The enchanting woman said. If you are willing, I am willing to serve you. The enchanting woman said coquettishly. She was trying to seduce Fang Chen. In Tianzhou, she was a famous saintess, and many people wanted to see her face. However, she never looked anyone in the eye. This time, she had no choice but to make a deal with Tang Sheng for the sake of the sect's future. However, she did not expect that before the deal was successful, it was interrupted by these two people. Moreover, this person was so young, and he had such a strong combat strength, and killed Tang Sheng. Even Lin Lu was not as strong as this person. Therefore, the enchanting woman came up with a plan. If she could seduce this person, not only would her life not be in danger, but she could also use him. Seeing this, Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen also shrugged at Star and Moon and shook his head helplessly. He turned to the enchanting woman and said, "You can go. At any time, being strong is the most important thing." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he did not look at the enchanting woman anymore. Hearing this, the enchanting woman's heart trembled. She stared at Fang Chen's back, and did not speak for a long time. It was not until Fang Chen and Star and Moon left for a long time that the enchanting woman came back to her senses. She carefully recalled Fang Chen's words, and her eyes became serious. She clasped her hands at Fang Chen. She took the initiative to come to you. Why don't you want her? Star and Moon asked teasingly as they walked. Fang Chen stared at Star and Moon and said, "With a beauty like you, do I need anyone else?" Star and Moon heard this and laughed. The couple walked leisurely in the Tianshu mystery land. Star and Moon's strength was probably unrivaled in the entire Tianshu mystery land. Fang Chen's strength had reached half a step to the real martial realm. The couple's combat strength was definitely very strong. In the entire Tianshu mystery land, there was really no one who could threaten their lives. As the two walked, they asked about the tomb of the King of Medicine. Finally, after 3 days, the two heard that the tomb of the King of Medicine had appeared. However, this time, it seemed a little special. Many martial artists knew about the tomb of the King of Medicine, and they were all top martial artists of the younger generation. It was said that the tomb of the King of Medicine had even attracted Lin Lu and Zhong Jingtao. As for He Tai of the real martial realm, he was nowhere to be found. After a few days, Fang Chen and Star and Moon arrived at the tomb of the King of Medicine. The tomb of the King of Medicine was located in a wasteland. On this wasteland, there was a dilapidated palace. Although the palace was dilapidated, 2 words could be vaguely seen on the golden plaque above the door: King of Medicine. The tomb of the King of Medicine was definitely there. At this moment, many martial artists had gathered in front of the dilapidated palace. There were about 20 to 30 of them. Among these martial artists, the weakest was at LV8 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. Many of them were even at LV9 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. And now, Zhong Jingtao and Lin Lu were standing at the front. Their faces were extremely solemn. They were facing each other and seemed to have an argument. Zhong Jingtao, you are no match for me. I, Lin Lu, will take the King of Medicine's inheritance, Lin Lu said coldly. Behind Lin Lu, there were many martial artists from Tianju. Opposite Lin Lu, Zhong Jingtao's face was also extremely gloomy. Lin Lu wanted to take the King of Medicine's inheritance just because he was slightly stronger than him. What wishful thinking. In the tomb of the King of Medicine, it was said that there was an elixir that could allow a martial artist at the limit of the spiritual whirlpool realm to break through the bottleneck. Even Zhong Jingtao was extremely tempted. Hence, with just a few words from Lin Lu, he could forget about making him give up the King of Medicine's inheritance. Lin Lu, if you want to take the King of Medicine's inheritance for yourself, I, Zhong Jingtao, will not agree. Zhong Jingtao's attitude was very clear. Behind Zhong Jingtao were Lin Yanger, Blazing Heaven, and the others. They were all top students of the 5 Elements Academy. In the Tianshu Mystery Land, they had more or less had a fortuitous encounter. Senior brother Zhong, the 5 Elements state will not give in. At most, we will fight, Blazing Heaven said in a deep voice. That's right. At most, we will fight, Lin Yanger said sweetly. Hearing this, Lin Lu's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent. You trash from the 5 Elements state want to fight against the Tianju? Lin Lu said eerily. Crash. As soon as Lin Lu finished speaking, a violent aura suddenly emerged. Spirit Qi gathered in his palm, and he directly launched an attack at Zhong Jingtao. You're courting death. Seeing this, Zhong Jingtao's true intent surged out and counterattacked Lin Lu. At Zhong Jingtao and Lin Lu's level, their battle was no longer an ordinary battle. It was a battle of true intents. The 2 of them disdained to use ordinary attacks. Therefore, they each displayed their own true intent right from the start. This was also the first time Zhong Jingtao revealed his true intent in front of everyone. Whoosh! Zhong Jingtao's body was enveloped by a grey aura. In the next moment, Zhong Jingtao's body disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Lu's eyes slightly changed. He said coldly, True intent of shadow? That's right. Zhong Jingtao's true intent was the true intent of shadow. The true intent of shadow's attack power was not strong, and its defense was also not strong. However, in terms of concealment, the true intent of shadow was the number 1. At this moment, Zhong Jingtao displayed the true intent of shadow. Lin Lu laughed wildly. What can a mere true intent of shadow do to me? Lin Lu looked around and sneered. Immediately after, a bloody aura surged out from Lin Lu's body. A dazzling bloody aura instantly spread out and enveloped the entire void. Places where the bloody aura passed by, the air was corroded. It was also at this time that a trace of ripple appeared in the sky. Zhong Jingtao appeared. The true intent of blood's power was tyrannical beyond compare, able to corrode everything. Even if Zhong Jingtao displayed the true intent of shadow, he was forced out too. True intent of blood. Zhong Jingtao looked at Lin Lu, his face livid. The true intent of blood's attack power was very strong, and its corrosiveness was also very strong. Most importantly, the true intent of blood just happened to be able to restrain the true intent of shadow. Places where the true intent of blood spread out, the true intent of shadow was unable to escape into the void at all. Which was also to say that as long as there was the true intent of blood around Lin Lu, then Zhong Jingtao was unable to use the true intent of shadow to carry out a sneak attack. Once he lost this advantage, facing Lin Lu, the true intent of shadow had no meaning. Zhong Jingtao, I said before, you're not my match. I don't want to start a massacre. Don't force me. Lin Lu laughed wildly. With the true intent of blood's support, His combat power would increase substantially. He really did not place Zhong Jingtao in his eyes. For a moment, Zhong Jingtao's expression kept changing. If he really fought with Lin Lu head-on, it would definitely be a situation where both sides suffered losses in the end. And the current situation, the five-element state's overall strength was inferior to the sky state. Once he, the strongest force, was injured, the five-element state's martial artists would definitely be swept away by the sky state. Zhong Jingtao found it very difficult to make a choice. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, we'd rather die than compromise, Song Seong said. Chapter 796. Blazing Heaven and the rest would rather die than submit, but Zhong Jingtao's considerations were different. Martial artists had to learn how to give up. The current situation was obviously disadvantageous for the five-element state. If they fought with Lin Lu, the five-element state would definitely lose. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing this, Lin Lu let out a hollow laugh and waved his hand. Instantly, a wild bloody aura filled the air. A powerful corrosive force shrouded the crowd. Zhong Jingtao had no choice but to take action. The true shadow intent was activated to the maximum. He hid in the void and moved Blazing Heaven and the rest to a safe place. Although the true blood intent countered the true shadow intent, the effect would be smaller if the distance was further. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Jingtao had moved Blazing Heaven and the rest to a safe place. At this moment, he stood quietly and looked at Lin Lu. It seemed that a fight with all his might was inevitable. Lin Lu, your true blood intent has exceeded my expectations. But you want to make me submit with just the true blood intent. Zhong Jingtao obviously wouldn't submit. Although the true shadow intent was countered, his strength couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, a vast aura surged around Zhong Jingtao's body. He clenched his fists tightly and punched out. Huff! His fist carried a frightening power, causing the surrounding air to dissipate in all directions. You're courting death. Lin Lu roared. The true blood intent filled the air. He clenched his fist and the four fists collided together. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists fiercely collided with each other. A deafening sound erupted, and a wild aura spread out in all directions. Lin Lu and Zhong Jingtao couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, when Zhong Jingtao stabilized his body, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. In the previous exchange, although it seemed that they were evenly matched, he was actually at a disadvantage. Lin Lu's true blood intent was very strong. His true shadow intent couldn't be used, and his strength was greatly reduced. Zhong Jingtao stared at Lin Lu and didn't make a move. Lin Lu sneered and looked at Zhong Jingtao. Zhong Jingtao, I'll give you one more chance. Get out of here. You don't have the right to get the Medicine King's inheritance. Hearing this, Zhong Jingtao fell silent. Blazing Heaven and the others didn't say anything as they silently looked at Zhong Jingtao. This was Zhong Jingtao's most aggrieved battle in recent years. The true intent of shadows that he was so proud of was countered by Lin Lu. His own strength was suppressed by Lin Lu. In short, Lin Lu completely suppressed Zhong Jingtao. Zhong Jingtao clenched his fists. He felt humiliated. However, there was nothing he could do. Just as Zhong Jingtao was about to make a decision, two ear-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. Immediately after, two figures shot over from afar. It's so lively. Star and Moon and Fang Chen came together. Seeing the lively scene, Fang Chen grinned. Fang Chen, Star and Moon. When Blazing Heaven and the others saw the two of them, their faces were filled with shock. He was even more surprised when he saw that Star and Moon was still alive. Sister Yu. Lin Yang's face was filled with an excited smile. Her body was constantly trembling. She had always thought that Sister Yu had died. She didn't expect that Sister Yu would appear in front of her. Fang Chen and Star and Moon nodded to the crowd below, then looked at Zhong Jingtao. Senior brother Zhong, how have you been? Fang Chen cupped his hands. Before Zhong Jingtao could say anything, he heard a furious roar. It's you. At this moment, Lin Lu's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Star and Moon. Back then, the woman who had killed his younger brother, Linda, was exactly the same as in the image. He, Lin Lu, had been looking for this woman. He didn't expect that she would deliver herself to his doorstep. I want to avenge my brother, Linda. A bloody aura surged around Lin Lu. Berserk energy spread everywhere. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here. The Medicine King's inheritance is ours. Fang Chen glanced at Lin Lu and said indifferently. Hearing that, Lin Lu laughed maniacally. Even Zhong Jingtao wouldn't dare speak to him like that. Who did this person think he was? Are you talking to me? Asked Lin Lu with a sinister smile. What do you think? Fang Chen retorted. Ha ha ha, today, not only will you die, but she will also die, said Lin Lu coldly. His bloody true intent was pushed to the limit. Berserk energy wreaked havoc. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fang Chen sneered. His sword intent instantly erupted. At the beginning, his bloody true intent filled the air. But when his sword intent appeared, it instantly forced the bloody true intent back by half. Sword intent. Seeing that Fang Chen had activated his true intent, Lin Lu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Shortly after, he let out a sinister laugh. To be able to kill a true intent cultivator was a wonderful thing. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to attack, Star and Moon landed beside Lin Yanger and the others. Big sister Yu'er, I missed you so much. Lin Yanger, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, hugged Xingyue's arm and said coquettishly. Star and Moon gently rubbed Lin Yanger's hair. Aren't I fine? Big sister Yu'er, how did you get out of the cliff when you fell? Asked Lin Yanger curiously. Star and Moon blushed, but she quickly recovered. Then she whispered, it's a long story. The Five Elements Province's disciples also greeted Star and Moon. Star and Moon, aren't you worried about Fang Chen? Asked Blazing Heaven. In their hearts, although Fang Chen was a monster, he still wasn't strong enough to defeat Lin Lu. Even though they had just learned that Fang Chen possessed a true intent, they still didn't believe in Fang Chen's strength. It's fine. If he loses, I'll go. Star and Moon smiled. Blazing Heaven didn't ask any more questions. His gaze was focused on Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen activated his sword intent, forming a vast sword chi in the sky and shooting towards Lin Lu. Blood intent. Lin Lu's blood intent was also a grade 1 true intent. It was on the same level as Fang Chen's sword intent. However, Fang Chen's sword intent was a pure sword intent with super strong attack power. How could the bloody intent compare to it? In an instant, the blood intent was suppressed by the sword intent. It was at this moment that Lin Lu was enraged. With a roar, he clenched his fists and punched out. Bang! 4 fists collided. Everyone thought that Fang Chen would be sent flying by Lin Lu, but the result was unexpected. How is this possible? Fang Chen was fighting Lin Lu head-on, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. This scene shocked many martial artists in the five-element state. Even Zhong Jingtao's expression changed slightly. Soon after, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Back when he was in the Five Elements Academy, he felt that Fang Chen's potential was monstrous. It hadn't been long since he entered the Heavenly Void secret dimension, but Fang Chen's strength had already reached such a level. Fang Chen's strength has improved too much. Yeah, he can actually fight Lin Lu head-on. He's too strong. He can't be judged by common sense. Everyone in the Five Elements state sighed. Some of the martial artists who had grudges with Fang Chen shook their heads. Especially the top 10 students of the combat tablet. They had pursued Star and Moon, but when they found out that Star and Moon had married Fang Chen, they were furious. They looked down on Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen's strength was only SOSO. But now, their faces were filled with embarrassment. Fang Chen's strength had unknowingly surpassed them. Fang Chen's strength is at least on the same level as senior brother Zhong. Blazing Heaven said to himself. Yeah, with such strength, he's definitely the first on the Five Elements Academy's combat tablet. Song Siyong said. Among the crowd, Blazing Heaven, Song Siyong and the others had a good relationship with Fang Chen. Especially Song Siyong, who was Fang Chen's senior brother. Song Siyong, you're not a good senior brother. Blazing Heaven joked. Let's see who dares to bully me in the future. I'll let junior brother protect me. Song Siyong laughed and said. The atmosphere in the five-element state was great. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Tianju state was heavy. There was no need to talk about Zhong Jingtao's strength. Who would have thought that there would be a martial artist who was not weaker than Zhong Jingtao? Seeing the fierce battle between Fang Chen and Lin Lu, the martial artists in the Tianju state had a bad feeling. Bang! After a fierce battle, Fang Chen was pushed back by Lin Lu. He steadied himself and did not rush to attack. After this battle, Fang Chen could be considered to have recognized his true strength. Now, if he used the sword intent and fought with all his strength would be on par with Lin Lu, which was half a step to the genuine martial realm. He was slightly stronger than Zhong Jingtao. It's about time, Fang Chen said in his heart. After pushing back Fang Chen, Lin Lu's eyes were filled with a bloody aura. Fang Chen, your potential is beyond my imagination. But today, you're destined to lose, Lin Lu said eerily. A wild aura emerged around him. He was ready to attack and completely defeat Fang Chen. Lin Lu, with me here, don't even think about attacking Fang Chen. Zhong Jingtao stood side by side with Fang Chen and stared at Lin Lu. Seeing this, Lin Lu's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Enough. Let's end it here, Star and Moon said. I don't want to kill you. Brother Chen will personally kill you in the future. You can leave. Star and Moon's voice was very calm, but when it reached the ears of the crowd, it caused a commotion. Lin Yanger and the others also looked at Star and Moon in surprise. They wanted to stop Star and Moon, but the latter had already taken a step forward and came to Fang Chen's side. You think you're qualified to say such things to me? Lin Lu was furious. How could a random woman be qualified to say such things to him? What a joke. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not, Star and Moon's eyes flickered. If they weren't here, I would have killed you in one blow, Lin Lu said coldly. Star and Moon's words made him extremely unhappy. It seems that you don't want to give up the Medicine King's inheritance, Star and Moon said. With Star and Moon's strength, it was more than enough to kill Lin Lu. However, he knew Fang Chen's thoughts, so he left Lin Lu to Fang Chen. When Fang Chen was strong enough, he would kill Lin Lu. Moreover, he was in the true martial realm. If he killed a spirit vortex realm martial artist, he would have a share. However, Lin Lu didn't know what was good for him. You're courting death. Lin Lu's aura surged, and he wanted to attack Star and Moon. Scram. Seeing this, Xingyu frowned slightly and spat out a word. In an instant, the sky changed color. A vast aura instantly filled the entire space. The surrounding martial artists couldn't even breathe. This aura was too oppressive. The wasteland was completely silent. Even the dust in the air was still in the air. All the martial artists looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Lin Lu, who came aggressively, was instantly sent flying. His body fell heavily on the ground, and he spat out blood. His face was extremely pale. When Lin Lu fell to the ground, the aura in the sky calmed down again. As for Xingyu, she was still standing on the wasteland as if she had never moved. Fang Chen's eyes had a hint of a smile. Beside him, Zhong Jingtao looked at Star and Moon in shock. The other martial artists were even more dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil. True martial realm, Lin Lu cried out in horror. Only a true martial realm martial artist could severely injure him with one blow. At this moment, Lin Lu's heart was filled with fear. He didn't expect that other than Hei Tai, there would be a second true martial realm martial artist in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Oh my god, Star and Moon actually broke through to the true martial realm. This is too shocking. Is this the power of a true martial realm martial artist? The number one combat power in the five-element state belongs to Star and Moon. The martial artists in the five-element state were all shocked. Although the true martial realm was only one step away from the spiritual vortex realm, everyone knew the difference. Hei Tai was able to enter the true martial realm because he was extremely talented. It was expected that he would enter the true martial realm. As for Star and Moon, she had always kept a low profile in the Five Elements Academy. It was only when she entered the Heavenly Void Mystery Land that she appeared on the Battle Power Tablet for the first time. However, Zhong Jingtao quickly took back the #1 spot on the battle power tablet. Although many martial artists knew that Star and Moon was powerful, her potential couldn't be compared to Zhong Jingtao's. Everyone thought that Zhong Jingtao would be the first young martial artist in the five-element state to enter the true martial realm. However, who would have thought that Star and Moon, whom they didn't think highly of, would enter the true martial realm silently? Thinking back to what Star and Moon said to Lin Lu, everyone felt that they were arrogant. However, thinking about it now, they felt that they were too stupid. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist was not worth mentioning in the eyes of a true martial realm martial artist. Get lost. Star and Moon spoke again. There was a hint of displeasure between her brows as she spoke coldly. It was obvious that Star and Moon was a little angry. Seeing this, Lin Lu stood up with difficulty. He cupped his hands at Star and Moon and said, "Thank you for not killing me." Facing a true martial realm martial artist, Lin Lu didn't have any temper. Star and Moon could easily kill him, but she didn't kill him. "I didn't kill you because I left you for my husband to kill. Let's go," Star and Moon said calmly. Lin Lu looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully and turned to leave. Lin Lu swore in his heart that Star and Moon would definitely regret her actions this time. When they met later, Lin Lu would definitely enter the true martial realm. At that time, it would be hard to tell who would kill who. Soon, Lin Lu and the martial artists of Tianju all left the place. At this time, Zhong Jingtao finally woke up from his shock. He stared at Star and Moon and said, "Star and Moon, you've entered the true martial realm." Star and Moon nodded and said, "I was just lucky." "Star and Moon, you're really amazing." Many martial artists were excited. Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm. The martial artists of the five-element state wouldn't be suppressed by the martial artists of the other two states. After a moment of excitement, everyone's eyes fell on the tomb of the Medicine King. "This is the tomb of the Medicine King," Fang Chen said. "That's right. The tomb of the Medicine King is in this broken palace," Zhong Jingtao said. If it weren't for the appearance of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, the inheritance of the Medicine King would have been obtained by Tianju. "Let's go in and take a look." Star and Moon waved his hand. Suddenly, ripples appeared around the broken palace. Then, the ripples dissipated. Then, Xingyu took the lead and entered the cave. Everyone followed closely behind and entered the dilapidated palace. With a true martial realm martial artist leading the way, no one was worried at all. Inside the broken palace, there was a tombstone with the words "Tomb of the Medicine King" written on it. Just as everyone entered the palace, the tombstone sank into the ground. An underground entrance appeared where the tombstone was. "Go in," Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen and Star and Moon entered the underground, side by side. When they arrived underground, everyone found that they were in a pitch-black tomb. They couldn't see anything. Fang Chen activated the fire concept and illuminated the tomb. "Everyone, let's split up and search for the inheritance," Fang Chen said. His goal was the heaven-defying spiritual herb and the 9 transformations soul return pill. Hearing this, everyone nodded and split up. After a while, only Fang Chen and Star and Moon were left. Star and Moon closed her eyes slightly. She used her powerful soul to check the surroundings. Finally, she opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the north. "Here," Fang Chen pointed to the north and asked. "Let's go." Star and Moon held Fang Chen's arm and said with a smile. After a while, Fang Chen and Star and Moon arrived in front of a stone door. The words "Material Warehouse" were written on the stone door. The Medicine King's Material Warehouse. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened. Little Mouse's metamorphosis required a large amount of heaven-defying spiritual herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's Material Warehouse could satisfy him. Great! Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the front of the Material Warehouse's stone door. He pushed it hard. However, no matter how hard he pushed, the stone door couldn't move an inch. This made Fang Chen very confused. At this moment, Star and Moon spoke. "Brother Chen, let me do it." Star and Moon walked to the stone door. She placed her white palm on the stone door and pushed gently. Immediately, the stone door creaked and slowly opened. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a real martial realm expert. Bringing a real martial realm expert along on a treasure hunt is so satisfying, Fang Chen said with a grin. As they spoke, the stone door opened. Fang Chen and Star and Moon entered the material warehouse. So many materials. Looking at the piles of materials in front of him, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He casually picked up a stalk of spiritual herb. It was a heaven-defying spiritual herb. Wavy raingrass, it's actually wavy raingrass. In the outside world, wavy raingrass was a very precious herb. It could be used to refine Tao-level elixirs. Countless people wanted to get their hands on it, but it was priceless. But here, wavy raingrass was piled up like trash. Dragon Realm Flower Fantasy Silver. Fang Chen was dazzled. The precious spiritual herbs here were simply too heaven-defying. If they were placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. Fang Chen contacted Little Mouse. The latter rushed out of the special space ring. When he saw the mountain of heaven-defying spiritual herbs, his eyes widened. "Boss, where did you find such a good place?" Little Mouse exclaimed excitedly. Before Fang Chen could say anything, Little Mouse plunged into the pile of spiritual herbs. He had just absorbed 300 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Next, he urgently needed heaven-defying spiritual herbs. The energy needed to break through his supernatural power was too huge. The heaven-defying spiritual herbs in front of him just happened to solve Little Mouse's dilemma. Seeing Little Mouse rush into the mountain of spiritual herbs, Fang Chen and Star and Moon smiled at each other. "You can absorb them here. I'll go find you the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill," Fang Chen said. Little Mouse had no time to pay attention to Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the immortal tree stopped sleeping. He came out of the special space ring and went into the pile of spiritual herbs. "Aren't you sleeping?" Fang Chen asked the old faker when he saw him. At that time, the old faker said that he had just become the immortal tree and needed to sleep. But who would have thought that the old faker would wake up for these spiritual herbs? There are so many heaven-defying spiritual herbs. How can I let Brother Mouse eat them all alone? The old faker's voice came from the pile of spiritual herbs. Fang Chen was speechless. The old faker was still the same. "Let's go and find the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill," Fang Chen said. Star and Moon nodded and left the material warehouse with Fang Chen. Before leaving, Fang Chen set up a formation here to prevent others from disturbing Little Mouse and the old faker. The King of Medicine was a master of refining. There was a high possibility that the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill was in his tomb. Once the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill was found, Little Mouse's supernatural power would be able to break through. At that time, Little Mouse would definitely shock everyone. At this time, Zhong Jingtao and the others were also looking for their respective inheritances. Chapter 797. The tomb of the King of Medicine was much larger than the tombs of the Shakyamuni and Physique kings. Moreover, there were many traps in the tomb, as if to prevent martial artists from entering the tomb from destroying it. However, with the strength of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, the tomb of the King of Medicine was not a problem for them. Star and Moon urged their souls to cover the entire tomb. If the King of Medicine was still alive, it would be impossible for Star and Moon to explore the entire tomb. However, the King of Medicine was dead, and the traps he left behind could not block the detection of a true martial realm practitioner. Soon, Star and Moon found a strange place. "Let's go." Star and Moon opened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Star and Moon took the lead, and Fang Chen followed closely behind. The two passed through many obstacles and came to a magnificent palace. At the front of the underground palace was a coffin. This coffin was the coffin of the King of Medicine. The body of the King of Medicine should be inside. This is where the King of Medicine fell. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he stared at the King of Medicine's coffin. "I wonder if the 9 transformations resurrection elixir is here," Star and Moon said. Then, Fang Chen and Star and Moon began to search. The inside of the palace was empty. The two of them searched for a while but did not find anything. Finally, Fang Chen's eyes fixed on the coffin of the King of Medicine. "Brother Chen, Are you saying that the inheritance of the King of Medicine is in this coffin? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, let's open it and see. Since Star and Moon was a true martial realm practitioner, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. He walked up to the coffin, urged the sword, and suddenly grasped the lid of the coffin with both hands. The next moment, cracks appeared on the lid. A wild aura suddenly emerged from the coffin. Before the aura could reach Fang Chen, Star and Moon waved their hands, and the true meaning of Shenyan burst out and dispersed the aura. Crack! Fang Chen threw the lid of the coffin on the ground, and the situation inside the coffin immediately entered his eyes. As expected. Seeing the countless elixirs in the coffin and beside the corpse, Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. The King of Medicine left his inheritance in the coffin. Star and Moon muttered to themselves as they looked at the corpse in the coffin. If it were an ordinary practitioner, they would not be able to obtain the inheritance even if they found the coffin. An ordinary spiritual vortex realm expert would not be able to withstand the vast aura that surged out from the coffin. Only Xing Yu, who was a genuine martial realm expert, could do as he pleased. Thanks to Xing Yu's protection, Fang Chen was able to store the small bottle of pills in the coffin into his own spatial ring. When his hand grasped the last small bottle, his eyes widened. 9 transformations resurrection elixir. The words written on the small bottle made Fang Chen very excited. There is indeed a 9 transformations resurrection elixir. Fang Chen was very excited. He had really found a 9 transformations resurrection elixir in the King of Medicine's tomb. When Xing Yu saw this, a smile appeared on her face. Fang Chen inspected it for a while before placing the 9 transformations soul return pill into his interspatial ring. Fang Chen then noticed that there was a book on top of the corpse's head. The book was covered in dust. Fang Chen picked up the book and realized that it was the King of Medicine's lifetime of knowledge on alchemy. He put it in his spatial ring without hesitation. Although Fang Chen did not know alchemy, this book was very precious. It would cause a huge uproar if it was shown to the outside world. Even if he did not need it, he could give it to others when he returned. After taking away all the elixirs left by the King of Medicine, Fang Chen and Star and Moon closed the lid of the coffin. Then, they bowed 3 times to the King of Medicine and turned to leave. After a while, Fang Chen and Star and Moon found Little Mouse. Fang Chen and Star and Moon were completely shocked when they stood at the entrance of the material warehouse. They looked around and were sure that this was the material warehouse. However, the scene inside gave them a huge shock. Before he left, there was still a mountain of heaven-defying spiritual herbs in the storehouse. But now, the storehouse was empty. The only spiritual herb was the one that the old faker and Little Mouse were fighting over. You guys, Fang Chen stared at this scene with his mouth agape, feeling extremely shocked. Little Mouse grinned when he saw Fang Chen and Star and Moon coming back. The old faker took this opportunity to snatch the spiritual herb back and swallow it. Seeing this, Little Mouse was very dissatisfied. You two ate all the spiritual herbs in the warehouse? Fang Chen tried to suppress the shock in his heart and asked. Little Mouse and the old faker nodded. Boss, did you find the 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir? Little Mouse asked. Boy, if there is such a good place, remember to tell me. After the old faker finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and returned to the special space ring. This time, he had swallowed a lot of incredible spiritual herbs and needed to digest them. Little Mouse's eyes were full of hope. Fang Chen moved his mind and a small bottle appeared in his hand. He threw it to Little Mouse. The latter was overjoyed when he saw this. 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir, and there is more than one. Little Mouse shouted excitedly. After absorbing the energy of 300 million top-level spiritual stones and swallowing a lot of incredible spiritual herbs, now he only needed the 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir to make a breakthrough in his supernatural power. Little Mouse was very excited when he poured out 3 9 transformations soul-reviving elixirs from the small bottle. Boss, I am going to make a breakthrough. You protect me. Little Mouse couldn't wait to swallow a 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir. Fang Chen and Star and Moon looked at each other and stood next to Little Mouse. At this moment, the purple halo on Little Mouse's body suddenly surged, and then a huge shadow of a purple mouse appeared behind it. Fang Chen was also stunned when he saw the shadow of the purple mouse. Originally, the purple rat's silhouette was only 10 feet tall. However, at that moment, it was actually 10 feet tall. This, Fang Chen was very shocked. It seemed that Little Mouse's supernatural power had really reached the critical point and was about to make a breakthrough. Roar! A beastly roar came out from the mouth of the 3 feet tall purple rat shadow. Then, a wild suction force exploded out. However, the target of that suction force wasn't Fang Chen or Star and Moon. The two of them weren't affected. In an instant, the entire Medicine King's tomb was filled with flying sand and stones. At this time, the people searching for the Medicine King's inheritance suddenly sensed this, and their expressions completely changed. What's going on? Why would such a scene appear in the Medicine King's tomb? Did someone trigger some mechanism and a terrifying life form appeared? Damn it, the Medicine King's tomb is about to collapse. Run! A terrifying life form has appeared. Run! Within the Medicine King's tomb, the 5 Elements Province's martial artists all began to roar. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists had rushed out of the tomb. When they returned to the ruined palace, they were shocked to find that the ground was shaking. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, what happened? Blazing Heaven walked in front of Zhong Jingtao. That's right. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, why did the ground suddenly shake? Asked Lin Yanger. Song Siyong and the others stared nervously at the ruined palace. At this time, Zhong Jingtao noticed that all the disciples had come out. Only Star and Moon and Fang Chen hadn't returned. He was very worried about the two of them, but when he thought about how Star and Moon were true martial experts, they shouldn't have any problems. Could it be that this disturbance was caused by them? Zhong Jingtao muttered to himself. This matter isn't normal. Everyone back up a bit. Before he figured out the truth of this matter, Zhong Jingtao didn't dare approach the ruined palace without permission. They stood in the wasteland and stared at the trembling palace. At this time, in the underground palace of the Medicine King's tomb, the little mouse was currently making its final breakthrough. Using its innate ability, the purple mouse absorbed the medicinal effect of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return pill. Its body instantly grew and it became even more corporeal. Roar! Every time the purple mouse roared, the Medicine King's tomb would shake, as if it was about to collapse. Fang Chen was very shocked. The little mouse's innate ability was really powerful. Just one breakthrough had caused such a huge commotion. On the other hand, Star and Moon was relatively calm. Perhaps it was because she had broken through to the true martial realm, so her vision was better than the average spiritual vortex realm warrior. In the Medicine King's tomb, sand and pebbles flew and a strong wind blew. However, no matter how strong the wind and sand were, it couldn't hurt Fang Chen and Star and Moon. Rumble. The purple mouse's body continued to grow. In the end, its head crashed into the sky above the Medicine King's tomb. Crack. The sky above the Medicine King's tomb was instantly shattered by the purple mouse's attack. The purple mouse's body rushed out of the tomb and continued to grow. As time passed, the entire tomb of the Medicine King had been reduced to ruins. Little Mouse closed its eyes. Within its body, the effects of the 9 transformations resurrection elixir were fully released. The breakthrough of its innate ability had also reached the final juncture. Roar. At a certain moment, the purple mouse's shadow suddenly roared. Its growing body immediately stopped. The wild attraction had also weakened by a lot. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw this. At this moment, Little Mouse swallowed another 9 transformations resurrection elixir. In a flash, the purple mouse's body grew again. The wild attraction instantly enveloped the entire land. Rumble. When the purple mouse's body reached a height of 10 feet, it finally broke through the surface and appeared on the ground. Zhong Jingtao and the others, who were staring at the Medicine King's tomb in the wilderness, were shocked when they saw this scene. Their bodies kept retreating as the wild suction force made their hearts palpitate. What's going on? Is this the terrifying creature suppressed in the Medicine King's tomb? The sudden appearance of the mouse's shadow surprised Zhong Jingtao and the others. The crowd kept retreating. The mouse's shadow was growing rapidly. Thump. The wilderness shook. Little Mouse in the Medicine King's tomb swallowed the third 9 transformations resurrection elixir. Chapter 798. It hasn't broken through yet? Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he saw such a huge commotion. The 3 9 transformations soul recovery elixirs had all been swallowed. It seemed that Little Mouse's innate ability was about to break through. When the purple rat shadow grew to a height of 300 feet, its speed finally slowed down a lot. It broke through the surface of the earth and rushed into the sky. It was very shocking. After a quarter of an hour, the purple rat shadow finally stopped growing. At this time, the purple luster on the purple rat shadow gradually deepened. At the same time, the purple rat shadow began to materialize. Fang Chen and Star and Moon had been guarding Little Mouse all this time. In the wilderness, Zhong Jingtao and the others were already shocked. After another hour, the growth of the purple rat's shadow finally came to a complete stop. At this time, the purple rat shadow was 360 feet tall. Its body was becoming more and more substantial, as if it was an enlarged version of Little Mouse. Roar. Suddenly, a beastly roar was heard. In the next moment, a vast suction force spread out within 100 miles. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. Even some of the warriors nearby couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with horror, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. The purple rat shadow abruptly opened its eyes and opened its mouth. A vast suction force instantly gushed out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a mountain peak 100 meters away from the wilderness was forcibly uprooted from the ground and floated over. This is too powerful. Even Zhong Jingtao was astounded. What kind of divine being was this purple rat? It only opened its mouth, and a vast suction force was able to forcibly suck a mountain peak over. This combat strength was definitely comparable to that of a warrior of the real martial realm. Crack. However, what happened next shocked everyone even more. When the floating mountain peak arrived in front of the purple rat shadow, the latter opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the mountain peak. After chewing for a while, the mountain peak was completely digested. In the wilderness, all the warriors were dumbfounded. At the same time, the purple rat shadow dissipated instantly. The purple halo returned to Little Mouse's body. In the Medicine King's tomb, the Little Mouse opened his eyes with a smile on his face. "You broke through?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Fang Chen had also witnessed the shocking scene from before. His heart was filled with astonishment. After the breakthrough, the Little Mouse's innate ability was too powerful. "Boss, I broke through," the Little Mouse said excitedly. Its body was emitting a terrifying aura. Star and Moon could tell at a glance that not only had the Little Mouse's innate abilities broken through, but so had his cultivation. "Isn't your innate divine ability a bit too domineering? You actually managed to swallow an entire mountain," asked Fang Chen. "That's nothing. If my supernatural power can reach its strongest stage, I can swallow a planet," the Little Mouse said proudly. As his innate superpowers improved, some of the information hidden in the Little Mouse's bloodline was gradually revealed. The most important thing was that the Little Mouse knew its own race. When his innate superpowers broke through, the Little Mouse felt a voice calling out to him in his mind. "Godly sky-devouring rat." This was the information that the Little Mouse received from that intermittent voice. Although he didn't know what those words meant, the Little Mouse felt that they were especially close to him. When the Little Mouse told Fang Chen these words, the latter was also shocked. "Could it be that you're a godly sky-devouring rat?" asked Fang Chen doubtfully. The Little Mouse shook his head in confusion. "In the unseen world, that voice spoke to me intermittently. It seemed like it wanted to tell me a lot, but it couldn't say everything." The Little Mouse tried hard to recall the intermittent voice in his mind. "What else did it say?" asked Fang Chen hurriedly. "It said a lot, but I didn't hear it clearly," said the Little Mouse helplessly. Fang Chen secretly remembered the words godly sky-devouring rat. Perhaps the Little Mouse really was a member of the godly sky-devouring rat clan. Godly sky-devouring rat sounds like a race, but it should be an extraterritorial race, said the Star and Moon with a nod. "The mystery of the Little Mouse's origins will be revealed one day," said Fang Chen. Fang Chen was also very excited about the little mouse's breakthrough. "How strong are you now?" asked Fang Chen as he changed the topic. "My cultivation should be at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm for you humans. However, if I use my innate superpowers, I can fight against a true martial realm expert," said the little mouse with a grin. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. Fighting against a true martial realm expert with a spiritual vortex realm cultivation. Only a freak like the little mouse would be able to do that. "Your innate superpowers are very powerful. Will it put a burden on you if you use them?" asked Fang Chen. "After my innate superpowers broke through, its power has increased by a lot. Now, even a warrior who has just entered the true martial realm might not be able to resist the attraction of my innate superpowers. However, because it requires a lot of energy every time I use it, it will drain all my energy," said the little mouse. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. In other words, the little mouse could not use it twice in a row within a short period of time. Actually, this was normal. If such a heaven-defying innate superpowers could be used continuously without limit, how could anyone live? The heavens were fair. If they gave you a powerful innate superpowers, then they would use other methods to restrain them. After that, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The latter and Star and Moon left the Medicine King's tomb side by side. After the little mouse's breakthrough, the Medicine King's tomb was already in a state of ruin. When Fang Chen and Star and Moon came out, Zhong Jingtao and the others looked at them as if they were monsters. "You guys, what's with that look?" asked Fang Chen, a bit stunned. Zhong Jingtao walked in front of Fang Chen and carefully observed Fang Chen for a long time. Then he asked, "Fang Chen, don't tell me that you were the one who caused that heaven-shaking disturbance just now?" Fang Chen shrugged. "Of course not." "Then what's going on?" asked Lin Yanger curiously. "It's a long story." For the time being, Fang Chen didn't want to expose the little mouse's power. This was to prevent some shameless real martial realm experts from forcefully snatching the little mouse. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yanger didn't ask anymore. She walked to Star and Moon's side, pulled Star and Moon's arm, and asked all sorts of questions. In a dark place in the heavenly void secret realm, there was a very large cage. The cage was 3 feet tall, but it was buried deep in the ground. It was impossible to see anything from the outside. This was the most dangerous place in the entire Tianshu mystery land. When Fang Chen received Dharmaraja's inheritance, before Dharmaraja's last remnant consciousness dissipated, he had said that Adversity Night wasn't a threat to the Tianshu mystery land. He also told Fang Chen to be careful. There were dangers even more terrifying than Adversity Night in the Tianshu mystery land. At that time, Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. What was imprisoned in this cage was the terrifying existence that Dharmaraja had mentioned. The cage was made of thick iron rods. These iron rods were made of meteoric iron. This cage was personally made by one of the 8 kings under the Tianshu king, the Soldier King. After that, the other kings set up arrays and talismans on the cage. In short, this cage was very sturdy. The Tianshu king had tested it before. Even if he was trapped in it and attacked with all his strength, he couldn't break the cage. After such a long time, the iron rods on the cage were already covered in rust. In the cage, there was a tall existence. If one looked carefully, they would find that it wasn't a human at all, but a demonic beast. This demonic beast's body was very big. The 3 feet tall cage couldn't hold it. After being imprisoned for so long, its aura was very weak. However, at a certain moment, its eyes suddenly opened. "Tianshu King, is this the method you left behind to deal with me?" In the cage, the demonic beast's eyes shot out a terrifying murderous intent. It looked through the ground and looked at the tremors in the distance. "Back then, I was plotted against by you. I will have my revenge." The demonic beast let out a loud voice, but it couldn't get out of the cage. Bang! The demonic beast's body only moved slightly, and the sound of metal clashing came from the cage. "The day I get out will be the day your Tianshu King's bloodline completely disappears." The demonic beast hated the Tianshu King to the bone. In the Tianshu secret land, many martial artists didn't know that an even more dangerous existence was hidden somewhere underground. In a certain open space, Lin Lu's expression was very ugly. After being chased away by Star and Moon, he had been searching for the inheritance with all his might. Before entering the Tianshu secret land, he was the second strongest person in the younger generation of the ancient sword continent, second only to He Tai. Now, He Tai had entered the true martial realm. Even Star and Moon of the five-element state had entered the true martial realm. And he was still stuck in the spiritual vortex realm. Lin Lu couldn't accept this. He wanted to enter the true martial realm as soon as possible. Just as Lin Lu was roaring crazily, a figure appeared. He Tai. Lin Lu was surprised to see He Tai. I've heard about what happened to you, He Tai said first. You came specifically to find me? Lin Lu asked, puzzled. Do you want revenge? He Tai stared at Lin Lu and asked. Of course, Lin Lu said without hesitation. Linda was his younger brother. He was killed, but as the older brother, he couldn't take revenge. He was furious. I have a way for you to take revenge. Are you willing? He Tai said. The opponent is a true martial realm expert. What do you have? Lin Lu asked. I can help you break through to the true martial realm in a short time, but you have to agree to one condition, He Tai said, finally revealing his true colors. Chapter 799. He Tai looked for Lin Lu and helped him only because he wanted Lin Lu to agree to one of his conditions. Everything started with He Tai as the core. Lin Lu thought for a moment and asked, Can you really help me enter the genuine martial realm? Of course. Since I came to you, I'm very confident, He Tai said confidently. Lin Lu clenched his teeth and nodded. What's your condition? Be my subordinate and work for me, He Tai said. Impossible. Hearing this, Lin Lu immediately refused. Who was Lin Lu? He was the strongest person among the younger generation in Tianju. Even in the entire ancient sword continent, he was a top expert. If he became someone else's subordinate, how could he survive? He Tai smiled when he saw Lin Lu's refusal. Lin Lu's reaction was within his expectations. Lin Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me finish, He Tai said with a grin. Lin Lu didn't reply. He stood there quietly. He Tai continued, You will be my subordinate and work for me in secret. I won't announce that you're my subordinate. You'll still be the best of the younger generation in the ancient sword continent, second only to me. Without my help, it'll be very difficult for you to enter the genuine martial realm. Even if you enter the genuine martial realm, it'll take a long time. By then, Star and Moon's strength will definitely increase. How will you take revenge? Lin Lu's expression changed. He Tai stared at Lin Lu and said, I can help you enter the genuine martial realm as soon as possible. You can take revenge in the Tianshu mystery land. In the future, if we work together, even the ancient sword continent will be ours. After hearing He Tai's words, Lin Lu fell silent. He had to admit that the benefits He Tai offered were very tempting. Just the fact that he could help him enter the genuine martial realm was enough for Lin Lu to agree. However, it was difficult for Lin Lu to choose if he wanted to be He Tai's subordinate. You don't have much time left. According to my investigation, the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is about to appear, He Tai said. He Tai said, once the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King appears, the Heavenly Void Mystery Land will go completely crazy. Although there are many warriors, the ones who will fight for the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King will definitely be true martial realm warriors. You have no hope at all. If you agree to my request and join forces with me, not only will we be able to kill Star and Moon, but we'll also be able to obtain the Heavenly Oasis King's legacy. Speaking of the Heavenly Oasis King's legacy, He Tai was quite excited. You're helping me for the Heaven Void King's inheritance, right? Lin Lu finally realized He Tai's goal. If it was before, He Tai wouldn't have paid any attention to Lin Lu. However, Star and Moon's entry into the true martial realm had disrupted He Tai's plans. With the appearance of the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, Star and Moon would definitely come to fight for it. Although He Tai didn't think that Star and Moon could defeat him, he still decided to ally with Lin Lu to defeat Star and Moon first and then take the Heavenly Void King's inheritance for himself. That's right. What I really want is the Heavenly Void King's legacy, Heitai said. Hearing that, Lin Lu once more sank into silence. After a long while, Lin Lu raised his head. His pitch-black eyes were filled with dense killing intent. What method will you use to help me reach the true martial realm? Asked Lin Lu. Crash. Heitai smiled mischievously and a sword-shaped ball of light appeared in his hand. This sword-shaped ball of light was filled with a terrifying aura. This is... Lin Lu's expression changed. I've obtained the Sword King's inheritance. As long as you agree to my request, I'll give you the Sword King's inheritance. Once you fuse the Sword King's inheritance with your blood intent, you'll be able to easily break through to the true martial realm, said Heitai. At this moment, Lin Lu's expression finally changed. No one knew better than him just how important the Sword King's inheritance was to him. All right, I agree. An opportunity flashed by. Lin Lu decisively seized it and agreed to Heitai's request. He reached out to receive the sword-shaped ball of light, but Heitai stopped him. The Sword King's inheritance cannot be passed to outsiders. Before you accept it, you need to be baptized by the Sword King's will, said Heitai. How? Relax your body and let my soul enter your mind, said Heitai. Okay. Lin Lu's eyes flickered, but he didn't immediately agree. The Sword King's will has been absorbed into my soul. It cannot be separated. Only when my soul enters your mind will you be baptized by the Sword King's will, explained Heitai. Hearing Heitai's words, Lin Lu stared at Heitai, then relaxed his body and closed his eyes. There was no need for Heitai to do anything to a spirit vortex realm martial artist. If he wanted to kill him, Heitai could easily do it. In order to reach the true martial realm, Lin Lu was going all out. Seeing this, Heitai released his soul and entered Lin Lu's mind without any resistance. Then, it invaded his soul. Hiss. When Heitai's soul entered Lin Lu's soul immediately began to struggle. Heitai, what are you doing? At this moment, Lin Lu discovered that something was wrong and desperately resisted. But it was too late. Too late. As soon as Heitai finished speaking, a sword-shaped ray of light shot out of his soul and directly pierced Lin Lu's soul. In an instant, Lin Lu's body began to tremble. A moment later, a sword-shaped ray of light appeared in Lin Lu's soul. At this moment, Heitai's soul had already left Lin Lu's mind. Heitai! Immediately, a berserk aura surged out. Lin Lu was immediately enraged. I've already placed the sword prison curse seal on you. If you don't want to die, don't act blindly without thinking, sneered Heitai. Okay. Lin Lu suddenly discovered that his soul was being attacked by the sword-shaped ray of light. It was extremely painful. With just a thought of mine, the sword prison curse seal will attack you until you die, sneered Heitai. The sword prison curse seal was obtained from the Sword King's inheritance. It could be used to control one's own sword slaves. Although Heitai wasn't a sword cultivator, he had refined the purgatory curse seal. Furthermore, the first test subject was Lin Lu. Now it seemed that the sword prison curse seal was truly extraordinary. You! Lin Lu was furious. Don't worry. This sword prison curse seal can help you quickly absorb the Sword King's inheritance. I won't go back on my words, said Heitai as he handed over the sword-shaped ray of light. At this point, Lin Lu had no other choice but to refine the Sword King's inheritance. After I accept the Sword King's inheritance, I must remove this damn sword prison curse seal. Both of them had their own ulterior motives and were using each other. It had been almost half a year since they entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. Everyone had gained a lot, except for Zhong Jingtao, who had gained nothing. This made Zhong Jingtao feel helpless. Senior brother Zhong, if you want to break through to the true martial realm, you need a great opportunity. Don't worry, comforted Fang Chen. I don't want to think too much now. Let nature take its course, said Zhong Jingtao. Many martial artists from the Five Elements state gathered together. With Star and Moon, Fang Chen and Zhong Jingtao as the leaders, they explored the other ruins together. With Star and Moon, who was in the true martial realm, their efficiency in exploring the ruins increased significantly. One day, Fang Chen and the others met Luo Yang, the second most powerful martial artist in the younger generation of the demon state. When Luo Yang saw Star and Moon, his first reaction was to run away. What a joke! Although he was strong and dared to challenge Lin Lu and Zhong Jingtao, he was powerless in the face of a true martial realm martial artist. Luo Yang, the second most powerful martial artist in the demon state, can only run away when he sees Star and Moon, said Fang Chen with a smile. Ordinary people don't dare to challenge a true martial realm martial artist, said Zhong Jingtao with a grin. Star and Moon shook her head slightly. She didn't have any grudges with Luo Yang, so she didn't make a move. However, Little Mouse suddenly jumped out. Let me. Little Mouse's innate ability had just broken through, so it wanted to try it. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a beast resounded through the entire space. The next moment, the purple halo around Little Mouse emerged instantly. Behind it, the shadow of a purple mouse that was 36 feet tall condensed. The purple mouse opened its mouth, and suddenly, a vast suction force gushed out. It turned into a stream of light and shot toward Luo Yang. At this time, Luo Yang, who was running away with all his strength, said to himself, "A true martial realm martial artist shouldn't attack me at will." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a terrifying suction force. Luo Yang was shocked. He tried his best to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it! Luo Yang was furious and roared loudly. His body was instantly drawn over at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this time, Fang Chen and the others stood quietly. Star and Moon waved her hand, and Little Mouse disappeared in front of them. Fang Chen didn't want to expose Little Mouse's terrifying combat power, so Star and Moon pretended to attack, making Zhong Jingtao and the others think that it was them who attacked. Splash! Luo Yang's body was instantly sucked into the purple mouse shadow's mouth, ready to be eaten. At this time, Fang Chen stopped Little Mouse. Bang! Little Mouse stopped using its innate ability and quietly returned to the special space ring. Luo Yang's body fell heavily to the ground from a high altitude, and he was in great pain. At this time, Star and Moon's aura disappeared. Zhong Jingtao and the others were shocked. Star and Moon were indeed true martial realm martial artists. Luo Yang had escaped so far, but Star and Moon still managed to catch him easily. Looking at Luo Yang on the ground, everyone sighed. Of course, they didn't know that it was Little Mouse who caught Luo Yang. Luo Yang stood up and stared at Star and Moon, saying, "A true martial realm martial artist actually attacked me, a spiritual vortex realm martial artist. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Star and Moon and Fang Chen looked at each other, then turned and left with Zhong Jingtao and the others. They left behind a confused Luo Yang. What's going on? Why did they just leave without saying anything after catching me? Luo Yang was very confused. That terrifying attraction just now had made Luo Yang feel despair, and he thought that he was going to die. But now, Star and Moon actually didn't do anything to him. Could it be that she's playing with me? Luo Yang guessed. After guessing for a while and waiting for Star and Moon and the others to leave, Luo Yang cursed loudly. A true martial realm martial artist actually played with me. At this time, Fang Chen and the others were walking, talking and laughing. "Boss, why didn't you let me eat him?" Little Mouse asked in the special space ring. Fang Chen's gaze passed through the void and looked into the distance. His expression was slightly serious. Chapter 800. Fang Chen and his group were considered the strongest group of people in the Heavenly Void Secret Land. The news that Star and Moon had reached the true martial realm had spread throughout the Sky Void Mystery Land. All the warriors were shocked when they saw Star and Moon. Especially the warriors from Tianju who had helped Lin Lu find Star and Moon. Of course, after Xingyue reached the true martial realm, she naturally would not bother with these nameless pawns. Under the leadership of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, the warriors of the Five Elements state obtained countless opportunities. Blazing Heaven, Lin Yang, and the others all reached the limit of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. The strength of the Five Elements state instantly became the strongest among the 3 states. One day, a piece of news suddenly came and shocked Fang Chen. In a wasteland somewhere, Fang Chen and Star and Moon were sitting cross-legged on the ground and chatting. Suddenly, Zhong Jingtao rushed over and said, "Fang Chen, I just heard a piece of news. News about the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King?" Fang Chen asked. Zhong Jingtao nodded and said, "That's right. The inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is about to appear. On a plain not far from here, a moving maze has appeared. It is said that this maze is most likely related to the Heavenly Void King." A moving maze. Fang Chen's eyes flashed when he heard this. He glanced at Star and Moon and said, "Let's go now." Then, the group quickly headed toward the moving maze. The Heavenly Void King was said to be invincible in the true martial realm. He was a quasi-king. The inheritance of such an existence must be extraordinary. The true martial realm warriors, including Hei Tai and Star and Moon, also hoped to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. Just as Fang Chen's group was making their way toward the moving maze, a shocking beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky from a hidden spot. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sea of lightning was formed. Within the sea of lightning, there were countless lightning snakes swimming around. Below, Hei Tai's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. "Am I finally going to break through?" Hei Tai muttered to himself. Lin Lu had received the Sword King's inheritance for more than half a month, and he had finally begun to break through. Seeing the lightning tribulation, Hei Tai was very happy. As long as Lin Lu withstood the lightning tribulation, he would be able to step into the true martial realm. At that time, the Star and Moon would be nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lin Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, had a sword-shaped light flickering on his forehead. In his mind, the sword prison curse seal was constantly emitting resplendent light. Wild sword chi instantly filled the air. At this moment, bloody true intent appeared around Lin Lu. Fuse. Lin Lu let out a low roar, and the bloody intent instantly merged with the sword prison curse seal. In the next moment, the lightning tribulation descended. Rumble. The descent of the thunder calamity of the real martial realm caused the entire heavenly void mystery land to tremble. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was flying rapidly in the sky, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face was solemn as he looked at the place where the lightning tribulation gathered. "Someone is going through the lightning tribulation of the real martial realm in the northwest direction," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "It should be Lin Lu." The Star and Moon said. In the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, other than Lin Lu and Zhong Jingtao, it was almost impossible for anyone else to break through to the real martial realm. Zhong Jingtao had been with them all this time, so the only possibility was Lin Lu. "I didn't expect Lin Lu to break through." Zhong Jingtao's expression was complicated. Back then, his strength was on par with Lin Lu's. In the blink of an eye, Lin Lu had also broken through to the real martial realm. Dong. The lightning tribulation of the real martial realm seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it lasted for a long time. After a while, the lightning tribulation's pressure dissipated, and the sea of lightning in the sky also disappeared instantly. Fang Chen looked into the distance. When he saw the lightning tribulation disappear, he nodded slightly and said, 3-9 lightning tribulation. Lin Lu's lightning tribulation wasn't considered powerful. It was only the 3-9 lightning tribulation. It should be known that the lightning tribulation of the Star and Moon was the legendary 9-9 lightning tribulation. "Let's go," Fang Chen said. The lightning tribulation of the real martial realm was just a small interlude for Fang Chen. Even if Lin Lu and Hei Tai teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for the Star and Moon. A rumbling sound rang out. When Lin Lu withstood the last lightning tribulation, a smile finally appeared on his face. Although the 3-9 lightning tribulation couldn't be compared to Hei Tai's 6-9 lightning tribulation, he had reached the real martial realm. "I blocked it." Lin Lu roared loudly, venting the excitement in his heart. After a long while, Lin Lu's aura surged. The blood-red aura contained majestic sword chi. While blocking the 3-9 lightning tribulation, Lin Lu actually merged the bloody true intent with the sword prison curse seal, which greatly increased his strength. At this moment, Lin Lu's body was filled with power. He couldn't wait to find Fang Chen and kill him. "Congratulations, Lin Lu," Hei Tai said with a smile. Lin Lu glanced at Hei Tai and nodded. "Since you have broken through, should we set off now?" Hei Tai asked. "Where to?" Lin Lu asked. "To the place of Heavenly Void King's inheritance," Hei Tai said. Hearing this, Lin Lu's eyes lit up. After the mobile maze appeared, the news instantly spread throughout the heavenly void mystery land. All the martial artists rushed towards the mobile maze. The first to arrive at the mobile maze were the martial artists from the five-element state. Fang Chen stood side by side with Star and Moon. They stood at the front and stared at the mobile maze. "Brother Chen, do you see anything?" Star and Moon's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, "This is a huge natural array." The people behind Fang Chen were shocked when they heard this. For them, it was rare to see a natural array. They didn't expect to see it here. Moreover, looking at it, the power of this natural array must be incredible. "I'm afraid this natural array wasn't here originally," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "Fang Chen, what do you mean?" Zhong Jingtao asked hurriedly. Shouldn't natural arrays exist naturally? Why did Fang Chen's words contradict themselves? If it was a natural array, why shouldn't it be here originally? What was the secret behind it? Even Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen. In terms of arrays, although Star and Moon was a genuine martial realm martial artist, she was not as good as Fang Chen. This array is undoubtedly a natural array, but it shouldn't be here originally. It was forcibly moved here by a powerful person, Fang Chen said slowly. Moved. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be Heavenly Void King? He was so powerful that he could move a natural array without damaging it. Heavenly Void King is too terrifying. How powerful is he? He's called a quasi-king. How can ordinary genuine martial realm martial artists compare to him? That's right. The 8 kings under Heavenly Void King are only kings, but Heavenly Void King's quasi-king title is the King of Emperors. Everyone knew that mystic kings were emperor-like existences. Their kings were the kings of emperors. As for the 8 kings under Heavenly Void King, they were only given the title by the common people. They were not recognized by mysterious kings. Their kings were the kings of kings. The difference between the two was too great. Heavenly Void King's methods are not something we can understand, Star and Moon said. In this aspect, Star and Moon had the most understanding. Only after reaching the genuine martial realm did she understand how terrifying Heavenly Void King was. In the genuine martial realm, every level was extremely difficult to advance. Some martial artists could spend their entire lives without being able to advance even one level. Heavenly Void King, on the other hand, relied on his own efforts to not only reach the 9th level of the genuine martial realm, but his strength also reached the terrifying quasi-king level. Since this moving maze is Heavenly Void King's method, then there must be clues to Heavenly Void King's inheritance inside, Zhong Jingtao said in a low voice. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at the moving maze. As Fang Chen was about to speak, a sinister laugh could be heard coming from a distance away. Following this, 2 powerful auras surged toward them. Genuine martial realm experts. Everyone exclaimed. They had sensed the terrifying auras. Fang Chen and Star and Moon stared into the distance. They didn't need to guess to know who had come. 2 genuine martial realm experts had come at the same time. Who else could it be other than He Tai and Lin Lu? As expected, when the sinister laughter dissipated, He Tai and Lin Lu appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Fang Chen and the others. The auras on their bodies were too shocking. They didn't restrain them, and they directly forced the many martial artists of the 5 Elements province to retreat. Do you regret letting me go back then? Chapter 801. As soon as Lin Lu arrived, he stared at Star and Moon. Back then, in the eyes of Star and Moon, he was just a piece of trash in the spiritual vortex realm. They didn't even bother to kill him. But now, he had become a true martial realm warrior. Standing in front of Star and Moon, his eyes were bloodshot. Star and Moon saw this and shook her head slightly. If I had to do it again, I would still do the same. I've said that I'll leave your life for Brother Chen. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Lin Lu was furious. You're in the true martial realm, and so am I. Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Lin Lu was very arrogant. Beside Lin Lu was He Tai, who was watching all this with a smile. Fang Chen clenched his fists, ready to attack at any time. He was a little worried about Star and Moon. After all, the other side had 2 true martial realm warriors, while they only had Star and Moon. Is that so? Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed. She suddenly waved her hand, and a wild aura shot toward Lin Lu. Bang! At this moment, Heitai's figure flashed and blocked Star and Moon's attack. He then smiled playfully. Your opponent is me. Heitai looked at Fang Chen and said, I'll stop Star and Moon. I'll leave the rest to you. Hearing this, Lin Lu laughed sinisterly. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Boy, your wife said that I'll leave my life for you, but I don't think you're qualified to take my life. What do you think? Fang Chen glanced at Star and Moon, then turned to look at Lin Lu. If we were in the same realm, I'd kill you as easily as killing a dog. Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Lin Lu's voice fell, a wild aura spread out. The power of the true martial realm was pushed to the extreme. The vast aura filled the entire space. Many warriors of the 5 elements state retreated. They wanted to help, but they found that they couldn't even get close to Fang Chen. Fang Chen! Blazing Heaven, Lin Yanger, and the others all called out worriedly. Seeing that Lin Lu was about to make a move, Star and Moon's eyes turned cold. An extremely cold aura instantly erupted. She activated her Dark Yin baleful body and combined it with the Dark Yin true will to launch a fierce attack on Lin Lu. Like I said, your opponent is me. Seeing this, Heitai immediately took action and blocked Star and Moon's attack. Bang! After Heitai's fists collided with Star and Moon, he felt a powerful force and couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Heitai stared at the Star and Moon, his eyes flashing with an inconceivable light. How is this possible? Heitai was a little surprised. Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm later than him, but he was actually so strong. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Heitai regained his composure and unleashed his full strength to fight Star and Moon. Rumble. The battle between the two was very intense. The entire space shook. At the same time, Lin Lu also launched an attack on Fang Chen. A spiritual vortex realm warrior couldn't be compared to a true endless realm warrior. Although Fang Chen's strength was comparable to the limit of the spiritual vortex realm, when Lin Lu released the aura of a true martial realm warrior, Fang Chen still felt a sense of oppression. Today is the day you die. Lin Lu roared. His body flashed, and all the strength in his body gathered on his fist. He suddenly punched out. It was a simple punch, but it released a power that shocked the heavens and earth. Ripples appeared around Lin Lu's fist. When he punched out, a scorching hot magma instantly shot out from his fist, forming an extremely hot golden fist radiance in the sky. The temperature of the golden fist radiance made Fang Chen's face turn serious. Back off! Zhong Jingtao shouted at Blazing Heaven and the others behind him. He then turned around and stood beside Fang Chen. At this time, he wanted to fight side by side with Fang Chen. Senior brother Zhong. Fang Chen saw Zhong Jingtao and called out softly. He wanted Zhong Jingtao to back off, but Zhong Jingtao shook his head. Fang Chen, I'll fight side by side with you, Zhong Jingtao said in a low voice. Seeing this, Fang Chen's dark eyes flashed with a burning light. He then nodded heavily. Fight side by side. Although Fang Chen wouldn't be defeated by Lin Lu alone, it was difficult for him to fight against a true martial realm warrior. However, with Zhong Jingtao's help, it was different. 2 spiritual vortex realm warriors against Lin Lu, who was in the true martial realm. Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice as he activated the sword intent. He then performed the Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. When he displayed this sword technique, the yellow sword radiance had already surrounded Fang Chen's body. With the support of the Earth Sword technique, the metal armor instantly covered Fang Chen's arm. It raised Fang Chen's defense to the best state. Seeing the metal armor on Fang Chen's arm, Lin Lu's face turned gloomy. This was because he recognized that the metal armor originally belonged to He Huahui. However, it was now in Fang Chen's hands. You must die, Lin Lu shouted. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Lin Lu's golden fist light instantly struck Fang Chen's body when the armor covered him. Crack. The Golden Light Dragon Sword technique was the first to shatter, followed by the yellow sword radiance. Lin Lu's attack was too strong. Even with Fang Chen's defense, He couldn't withstand his attack. Dong! Lin Lu's golden fist radiance hit Fang Chen's sword body hard. Lin Lu thought that his punch would be enough to end Fang Chen's life. However, the result disappointed him. Fang Chen stood quietly on the spot, motionless. When the golden fist radiance hit his body, it disappeared quietly. How is this possible? Lin Lu shouted in surprise. He stared at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a wild smile. A blood-red aura flickered around him. This was the effect of the Blood Moon Jade being activated. When the Bloody Spearman gave the Blood Moon Jade to Fang Chen, he said that the Blood Moon Jade could withstand 1 attack from a genuine martial realm expert and 3 attacks from an ultimate martial artist of the spiritual vortex realm. Now, when Lin Lu's golden fist radiance hit Fang Chen, the Blood Moon Jade was activated and instantly blocked this terrifying attack. At the same time, a blood-red aura spread around Fang Chen's body. The Blood Moon Jade shattered and countless pieces fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Lu laughed sinisterly. So you have a protective treasure. Let's see how you can withstand my attack now. Just as Lin Lu finished speaking, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared behind him. In the next moment, a terrifying fist instantly bombarded his head. You're courting death. Lin Lu felt the force behind him and snorted. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a backhand, the sword pierced through the void. Crash! Blood splattered from the void. Zhong Jingtao's body instantly fell to the ground. He spat out blood and there was a sword wound on his body. Seeing Lin Lu's swordsmanship, Fang Chen was very surprised. Lin Lu had heavily injured Zhong Jingtao with 1 strike. Moreover, when he took out his long sword, his strength had clearly increased by a lot. Could it be, at this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Sword King inheritance. Fang Chen's eyes were grave as he stared at Lin Lu. He hadn't expected Lin Lu to have obtained the Sword King inheritance. Fang Chen, be careful. Zhong Jingtao was seriously injured. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. He struggled to say this to Fang Chen. Blazing Heaven and the others hurriedly helped Zhong Jingtao down and let him treat his injuries. Fang Chen faced Lin Lu alone. Fang Chen, it's your turn now. Lin Lu laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the battle in the sky had reached its climax. The more intense the battle, the more shocked He Tai became. He originally thought that Star and Moon, who were both true martial realm experts, should be on par with him. But He Tai was wrong. After fighting for a while, He Tai discovered that Star and Moon were much stronger than him. This shocked He Tai. He had just undergone a 6-9 lightning tribulation and had reached the true martial realm, yet he already had the strength of a peak level 1 true martial realm expert. Star and Moon should have undergone a 6-9 lightning tribulation at most. It was impossible for them to have undergone a 9-9 lightning tribulation. How could they be so strong? He Tai, it's time to end the battle. Suddenly, a wild aura spread out from Star and Moon's body. She pushed her Shenyin fiend body to the limit, and the 2nd grade Shenyin true intent instantly spread out. Star and Moon had been fighting He Tai all this time and hadn't really attacked. She wanted to use Lin Lu's strength to give Fang Chen some pressure and see if he could break through to the true martial realm. But now, it seemed that Lin Lu's strength had exceeded her expectations. Fang Chen was in danger, so she didn't continue fighting. Rumble, Star and Moon's fists were filled with the frightening Shenyin true intent. This is a 2nd grade true intent. He Tai was thoroughly shocked when he sensed the Shenyin true intent in the air. It was a 2nd grade true intent. Star and Moon had actually cultivated her true intent to the 2nd grade. Damn it! He Tai roared furiously. He had painstakingly cultivated his true intent, but it was only at the peak of the 1st grade. But this woman had easily cultivated it to the 2nd grade. I, He Tai, am the strongest of the ancient sword continent's younger generation, He Tai roared furiously. Black light surged around his body as he punched out with an earth-shattering force. Dong! The 2 fists collided, and the ground shook. Countless ripples appeared in the sky. Bang! He Tian's body was instantly sent flying. Star and Moon left behind an afterimage and appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking Lin Lu's attack. This Tai, who had stabilized himself, felt a trace of fear in his heart. If he guessed correctly, Star and Moon's cultivation had already stepped into the second-grade true endless realm. Thinking of this, Tai's face revealed a bitter smile. Lin Lu, stop! Tai suddenly roared. Lin Lu, who was about to attack, stopped when he heard Tai's voice. He looked at Tai in confusion. You are no match for her, Tai said. Knowing that Star and Moon's cultivation had stepped into the second-grade true martial realm, Tai naturally wouldn't let Lin Lu die so easily. Lin Lu was a great reliance for him to deal with Star and Moon. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to defeat Star and Moon. However, just as Lin Lu was about to speak, suddenly, a magnificent aura spread across the place. Everyone exclaimed and turned to look. They were shocked to find that the powerful aura came from the injured Zhong Jingtao. His breaking through. Blazing heaven exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Jingtao. The battle with Lin Lu had left Zhong Jingtao seriously injured, but it had inadvertently allowed him to touch the threshold of the true martial realm. Chapter 802. The first time he tried to break through to the real martial realm was at the Five Elements Academy. At that time, Zhong Jingtao was high-spirited and gave it his all. The second time he tried to break through to the real martial realm was in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, but he still failed. Many martial artists in the ancient Sword Continent knew what it meant to fail to break through to the real martial realm twice. However, Zhong Jingtao did not give up. Who was he? He was Zhong Jingtao, the former number 1 of the Five Elements Academy and the number 1 of the younger generation in the Five Elements state. Star and Moon had surpassed him and was the first of the younger generation to enter the real martial realm in the Five Elements state. However, he, Zhong Jingtao, was not weaker than others. Zhong Jingtao's heart was filled with determination. Breaking through to the real martial realm was his wish. It was also the strongest thought in his heart. This was his third attempt to break through to the real martial realm. Zhong Jingtao didn't leave himself any chance of survival. As long as there was a chance, people would rely on it. If there was no chance, they would give it their all. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Jingtao's aura had reached its peak. Everyone looked at Zhong Jingtao with worry. Zhong Jingtao had no other choice. He could either take the opportunity to break through to the real martial realm or be seriously injured. Choosing one of the two, he still resolutely chose to break through to the real martial realm. For a martial artist like him, it would be painful if he could not break through to the real martial realm in his lifetime. Star and Moon and Fang Chen stood beside Zhong Jingtao to protect him. At this time, Tai and Lin Lu silently entered the moving maze. If they fought head-on, their chances of winning were not high. Before entering the moving maze, Tai glanced at Star and Moon and said eerily, "When I get the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, I will kill you." Real martial realm. Zhong Jingtao shouted in his heart. He wanted to break through to the real martial realm more than anyone else. Rumble, after struggling for a while, Zhong Jingtao's aura finally stabilized a lot. At this time, the sky changed instantly. Dark clouds covered the sky and a sea of lightning appeared. As long as Zhong Jingtao successfully passed the lightning tribulation of the real martial realm, he would become a real martial realm powerhouse. To become an expert, one must not only have heaven-defying potential, but also have a fearless heart. Looking at Zhong Jingtao, Fang Chen muttered to himself. This time, Zhong Jingtao had faced death and fought for survival. He was not afraid of death and was trying to break through to the true martial realm. Even if he died, he had no resentment. This is his only chance, Star and Moon said. Blazing Heaven and the others waited quietly. In the sky, a sea of lightning rolled and snakes of lightning surged. It was not the first time that Fang Chen had seen the true martial realm thunder tribulation, so he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, Blazing Heaven and the others were extremely shocked. This was the first time that they had seen the lightning tribulation of the true martial realm. Such a lightning tribulation was too terrifying. Rumble Zhong Jingtao began to cross the lightning tribulation. His body was injured, but with his great perseverance, he successfully withstood the first lightning tribulation. At that instant, the second tribulation descended. Zhong Jingtao's body was covered in blood and his face was pale. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Lightning tribulation, come! Zhong Jingtao roared as he circulated all the energy in his body to resist the lightning tribulation. Crack! The second tribulation lightning almost caused Zhong Jingtao to faint. But with his great perseverance, he managed to endure. Ha ha! Zhong Jingtao's eyes were almost unable to open, but he still laughed. Boom! The third tribulation lightning descended. This tribulation lightning was the strongest of the three. Crack! When the tribulation lightning struck Zhong Jingtao's body was instantly smashed into the ground. The rumbling sound was deafening. The tribulation lightning lasted for a minute before dissipating. The sea of lightning in the sky silently scattered. A huge hole appeared in the ground. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the hole to check on Zhong Jingtao's situation. The current Zhong Jingtao was covered in blood and had fainted. He looked like a dead person. Fang Chen brought Zhong Jingtao out of the hole and examined him. He was still alive, but on the verge of death. He withstood it. Zhong Jingtao had finally succeeded in his third attempt to break through to the true martial realm. Although it was a 3-9 tribulation lightning, he had succeeded. He's not in danger, right? Asked Fang Chen. Star and Moon shook his head. He's already a true martial realm cultivator. He has a true martial body. He'll be fine. The current Zhong Jingtao only needed to rest to recover. After all, a true martial realm cultivator's physical body was exceptionally strong. Having just broken through to the true martial realm, all aspects of his body were transforming. Zhong Jingtao was still unconscious. Everyone was quietly waiting. They had already forgotten about Lin Lu and He Tai. 2 hours later, Zhong Jingtao woke up from his coma. His face was filled with a wild smile. I've finally stepped into the true martial realm. Zhong Jingtao laughed heartily. Congratulations, senior brother Zhong. Song Siyong and the others cupped their hands in congratulations. Zhong Jingtao was very weak. His face was pale, but he was very excited. After another hour, the functions of Zhong Jingtao's body had completely transformed into the body of the true martial realm. At this time, the aura of his body was rising, and the injuries in his body were also healing. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Jingtao had recovered. As expected of a true martial realm cultivator. Fang Chen stared at Zhong Jingtao and muttered to himself. Zhong Jingtao was obviously very happy to have broken through to the true martial realm. Senior brother Zhong, congratulations. Fang Chen cupped his hands in respect. Fang Chen, speaking of which, I have to thank you. Only by fighting side by side with you did I have the chance to touch the threshold of the true martial realm. Zhong Jingtao smiled. Zhong Jingtao's breakthrough to the true martial realm was a good thing for the 5-element state. After all, one more true martial realm cultivator meant one more share of strength. After a while, Zhong Jingtao's body was no longer in danger. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Where are Lin Lu and He Tai? Zhong Jingtao asked. They entered the moving maze, Star and Moon said. The next time we meet, we'll make them pay a heavy price. Zhong Jingtao was furious. Let's go. We'll also go in, Star and Moon said. Just as Fang Chen and the others were about to leave, Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled. He stopped and his expression changed slightly as he looked at his dantian. At this time, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron in his dantian was actually trembling. There was a huge change in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. The head in the cauldron was fighting with the Adept of Calamity. Of course, the Adept of Calamity couldn't resist the head's attack. Stop. I said that I can make a deal with you. The head in the cauldron bit off the Adept of Calamity's arm. The head in the cauldron didn't listen and continued to bite the Adept of Calamity. The Adept of Calamity's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the head in the cauldron and shouted, "Don't you want to absorb the aura of an ancient expert? I can find you an even stronger ancient expert and let you absorb as much as you want." Hearing this, the head in the cauldron finally stopped biting. Its eyes flickered as it stared at the Adept of Calamity. There's a hidden place in the heavenly void secret realm. An ancient expert is imprisoned there. He seems to be an enemy of the heavenly Void King. The energy on his body surpasses your imagination. If you let me out, I can help you find that hidden place. The Adept of Calamity moved. The head in the cauldron's eyes turned. In the end, it directly opened the cauldron. Immediately, a majestic aura swept away the Adept of Calamity. Fang Chen was looking at the cauldron when he suddenly discovered that the cauldron had been opened. A black gust of wind instantly appeared in his body and then disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen was very puzzled, but he didn't discover anything. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Star and Moon walked over and asked. Fang Chen shook his head. It's nothing. Let's continue. Seeing this, everyone followed Fang Chen into the moving maze. Not long after they left, a black gust of wind appeared in the void. After the gust of wind disappeared, the Adept of Calamity appeared on the ground. I, the Adept of Calamity, have finally regained my freedom. A sinister smile appeared on the Adept of Calamity's face. The expert in the cauldron was too terrifying. Even after being dead for so long, he still possessed such power. We must find that imprisoned ancient expert. Perhaps only he can resist the cauldron's expert, said the Adept of Calamity. The cauldron's expert's methods were unimaginable. Although the Adept of Calamity had escaped from the cauldron, he felt that as long as the cauldron's expert was willing, he could capture him at any time. So, he had to change this situation. As one of the 3 great adepts of the Yellow Spring sect, he had actually fallen to such a state. The only way to change this situation was to find the imprisoned ancient expert and have him fight with the cauldron's expert. It would be best if both sides were injured. At that time, the Adept of Calamity would take the opportunity to absorb their energy. Hee. The Adept of Calamity felt that this plan of his was perfect. In a flash, the Adept of Calamity left this place. At this moment, in the terrifying underground, the demonic beasts that were imprisoned in the huge cage gradually woke up. Delicious blood, come quickly. The demonic beast roared. The demonic beast wanted to stand up, but the prison was too small and its body was too huge. It couldn't stand up at all. Bang bang bang. Within the prison, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Above the prison, sparks flew everywhere. After so many years, the prison was still so sturdy. Damn that heavenly Oasis King. He tortured me for so many years. The demonic beast roared in anger. The breath that came out of its mouth was extremely vast. If not for the restriction of the array and talisman, how could a mere prison block it? It won't be long before I see the light of day again. At that time, the entire ancient sword continent will become my territory. The demonic beast said in a deep voice. Back then, in order to protect the ancient sword continent, the heavenly Oasis King fought with it. In the end, he trapped it and tortured it for 10,000 years. Now that it saw the light of day again, the first thing it did was to make the ancient sword continent that the heavenly Oasis King favored the most into its territory. On the ancient sword continent, all the human martial artists were killed. Chapter 803. After entering the moving labyrinth, Fang Chen and Star and Moon were at the front, while Zhong Jingtao was at the back. As for Blazing Heaven and the others, they were at the center. As soon as they entered the moving labyrinth, everyone sensed a terrifying aura. This moving labyrinth is strange, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was a top formation grandmaster and was only one step away from becoming a sage master. He had a lot of experience in the study of formations. Therefore, everyone placed their hopes on Fang Chen. This natural formation needed Fang Chen to crack it. Fang Chen, is there any way to crack this formation? Blazing Heaven, who was behind him, asked in a low voice. Lin Yanga, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, also stared at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. After being in contact with Fang Chen for a long time, Lin Yanga's mentality had also changed. Now, when she saw Fang Chen, her mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. It's impossible to crack this natural formation, but I have a way to temporarily stop it, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Since this natural formation was moved here by the heavenly Oasis King, there must be something important here, Star and Moon said. The natural formation had been moved here either to attract people who were fated to come here or to conceal something. No matter what, Everyone had entered the formation and could only listen to Fang Chen's arrangements. "Let's give it a try first," Fang Chen said. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a majestic aura suddenly came from his body. This aura contained a powerful formation aura. Fang Chen activated the Formation Dao Foundation Scroll and began to block the natural formation's operation. Crash! The golden heart beat rapidly, and traces of scorching aura instantly escaped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. "Ha!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the natural formation. Then, everyone realized that the natural formation had really stopped operating. "It stopped," someone shouted. "Look, there's an entrance below," someone suddenly shouted. Immediately, under Zhong Jingtao's lead, the many warriors from the Five Elements province entered. Blocking the operation of a natural formation was extremely difficult. Even Fang Chen couldn't do it for a long time. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. "Hurry up and get in," Fang Chen shouted. However, just as Zhong Jingtao and the others entered the underground entrance, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that there was another entrance not far away. At the same time, two figures entered through the entrance. "Let's go to that entrance." Fang Chen glanced at the star and moon and shouted. Star and moon nodded and disappeared into the entrance in a flash, leaving only Fang Chen behind. When Fang Chen stopped urging his power, the natural array formation instantly started operating. In an instant, the entrance was about to be swallowed up. At this critical moment, Fang Chen drilled into it at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. After entering the entrance, the natural array formation above roared again. Fang Chen stared around and found that this was a very deep cave. Just now, the reason why Fang Chen let Star and Moon enter this cave was because he vaguely captured a special aura. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that Lin Lu and Hei Tai had entered this entrance. "Brother Chen." Fang Chen was looking around when Star and Moon suddenly came over. What did you find?" Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Star and Moon came in first, so he didn't know if they found anything. Star and Moon shook her head and said, "Except for Lin Lu and Hei Tai, who drilled into the depths of the cave, I didn't find anything else." Fang Chen nodded. At this time, the golden heart was beating faster and faster, and Fang Chen also vaguely felt a strong aura. "Be careful." Fang Chen held Star and Moon's small white hand and reminded them. Then, the two of them rushed into the depths of the cave. After a while, Fang Chen and Star and Moon arrived at the depths of the cave. This place was filled with a gloomy aura. Two figures stood in front of them, Hei Tai and Lin Lu. On the wall at the front of the cave, there was a thick rock cave. Lin Lu and Hei Tai stared at the rock cave with serious expressions. When they saw Fang Chen and Star and Moon arrive, their expressions changed greatly. "I didn't expect you to find this place too," Hei Tai said in a low voice. Lin Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent as he stared at Fang Chen. For a moment, the atmosphere was very solemn and murderous. However, before Fang Chen could say anything, Hei Tai spoke first. "Now is not the time for internal strife. I hope we can cooperate," Hei Tai said. Hearing Hei Tai's words, Fang Chen's eyes flashed and he asked, "Cooperate?" "Yes. After entering the cave, we found this rock cave. There is a demonic blood python in the rock cave," Hei Tai said. "We can kill the demonic blood python. Other than the python's gallbladder, the rest will be yours." The demonic blood python was considered a top demonic beast among the snake-type demonic beasts. Under normal circumstances, the weakest adult demonic blood python was at the spiritual whirlpool realm. Fang Chen seemed to realize that the demonic blood python was important to Hei Tai. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "A demonic blood python at the genuine martial realm?" Fang Chen asked in a low voice. Lin Lu was silent. Hei Tai nodded and said, "If it is a demonic blood python at the spiritual whirlpool realm, I can handle it alone. This demonic blood python should be at LV2 of the genuine martial realm." Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The demonic blood python was much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Human martial artists at the same level could not deal with a demonic blood python. "Humph, You should know how strong the demonic blood python is. Even if the four of us work together, we will still die here, Fang Chen said coldly. If it was a demonic blood python at LV1 of the genuine martial realm, the four of them might have a chance to kill it. However, it was a LV2 genuine martial realm demonic blood python. Let me finish, Heitai said. Fang Chen did not speak. Heitai continued, I am proficient in some snake taming techniques. Through them, I can understand that the demonic blood python in the rock cave is in the transformation period. Its strength has decreased to the lowest level. This is the best time to deal with it. Transformation period. Under normal circumstances, snake-type demonic beasts would go through a transformation period every once in a while. Once the transformation was completed, its strength would increase. Of course, snake-type demonic beasts in the transformation period would have their strength greatly reduced. They would often find a relatively safe place to undergo the transformation. If the demonic blood python in the rock cave was really in the transformation period, then the four of them could give it a try. Other than the gallbladder, the demonic blood python's entire body was a precious treasure. Its skin could be refined into armor. Its defense was very strong. At the very least, it could be refined into top-grade profound-grade armor. It was an excellent material for refining weapons. The snake's eyes were very tempting to those who cultivated eye techniques. Of course, the demonic blood python's body was the most precious. If it was given to a saint refiner, they could refine the legendary demonic blood heavenly pill. The demonic blood heavenly pill was a Tao-grade pill. If a genuine martial realm cultivator took it, they could break through their bottleneck. Such a heaven-defying pill would definitely cause a war in the outside world. Right now, Fang Chen was also very interested in the demonic blood python's body. Alright, we can work together. Like you said, other than the gallbladder, the rest of the demonic blood python's body belongs to us. What do you think? Asked Fang Chen. If they agreed, they would work together. If they did not, they would turn around and leave. Alright, I agree, said Heitai. To ensure that what you said is true, you'll attack, said Fang Chen. Heitai nodded. Since we're working together, let's put aside our previous grudges and work together to kill the demonic blood python. Star and Moon nodded. Lin Lu was silent. Tell us your plan, said Fang Chen. I'm proficient in the snake controlling art. I'll use it to lure the demonic blood python out of its cave. If we succeed, the four of us will work together. If we fail, we'll charge in to kill it, said Heitai. After explaining his plan, Heitai began to use the snake controlling art. Fang Chen had also cultivated the snake controlling art in the four mountain ranges. But compared to Heitai's, the difference was too great. Heitai's snake controlling art was very powerful. Its powerful aura entered the rock cave. Immediately, a furious roar rang out. When Fang Chen sensed the aura, he realized that it was the demonic blood python. It's really the demonic blood python, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. This demonic blood python's aura seems a bit weak. In the blink of an eye, a thick demonic blood python crawled out of the rock cave. Its scarlet eyes flickered as it spat out its tongue and attacked Heitai. Attack! Heitai shouted. The power of the genuine martial realm erupted as he started to attack. Star and Moon were the main force in attacking the demonic blood python. As for Fang Chen, he was just a helper. Bang bang bang! The demonic blood python's attack was very powerful. It swung its tail at Heitai and sent him flying. Seeing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder Heitai wanted to work with them. Even a demonic blood python in its transformation stage was very powerful. Star and Moon was the main force in attacking the demonic blood python. With her Xianyin true meaning, the demonic blood python couldn't escape her attack for a while. This gave Heitai and Lin Lu an opportunity. The two true martial realm experts joined forces to attack the blood fiend python. Golden Light Dragon Swordsmanship. Fang Chen used his swordsmanship to attack the demonic blood python's tail. Trash. Seeing this, Lin Lu sneered. Before Fang Chen's attack reached him, the demonic blood python's tail carried the power of thunder and bombarded him instantly. Brother Chen, be careful. Star and Moon shouted. She wanted to help, but it was too late. Fang Chen's body was hit by the demonic blood python's tail and smashed into the wall. He fell into the rock cave, creating a hole in the wall. Star and Moon was worried about Fang Chen's safety, but after hearing Hei Tai's words, she continued to attack the demonic blood python. Attack the demonic blood python. It has completed its transformation. Once it completes its transformation, we will all die. A blood-red glow appeared around the demonic blood python. Hei Tai was also anxious and shouted loudly. Chapter 804. Fang Chen, who was lying in the grotto, was in pain all over. Luckily, my defense is strong, Fang Chen said to himself. The demonic blood python's attack was too powerful. Just a swipe of its tail was enough to send Fang Chen flying. Fang Chen was a martial artist at the peak of LV9 spiritual vortex realm. He was one step away from the real martial realm. Even with his strength, he was still sent flying by the demonic blood python's tail. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been turned into minced meat. Fang Chen quickly stood up and looked around the grotto. The grotto was not big and could only accommodate the demonic blood python. Fang Chen was about to go out and fight when he found something under his feet. He looked down and saw a pile of weeds on the ground. In the weeds, there were 3 fist-sized eggs. This is a snake egg. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. As for the blood fiend python eggs, Fang Chen discovered that there were traces of blood-red patterns on the 3 eggs. When Fang Chen saw this, his expression changed drastically. The demonic blood python is not in the metamorphosis stage. It has just laid eggs. Fang Chen thought to himself. Metamorphosis and laying eggs were 2 completely different concepts. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and put the 3 eggs into his spatial ring. Then, he jumped out of the grotto. Be careful. Fang Chen shouted. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the demonic blood python suddenly roared to the sky. Then, the smell of blood filled the entire grotto. The demonic blood python's aura was increasing. The metamorphosis is complete. Star and Moon's face changed and he kept retreating. Roar. The demonic blood python's aura was at its peak. Its tail kept swinging, and the rocks in the grotto were smashed into powder. Damn it, it's getting stronger. Hei Tai shouted. Attack it. Hei Tai also realized the threat of the demonic blood python and shouted. At this time, no one dared to hold back. Lin Lu activated the Sword Prison Curse Seal and used the strongest attack in the Sword King inheritance. Hei Tai also used his strongest attack. This attack was infinitely close to the power of a LV2 true martial realm. Star and Moon was the main force of the 3. Her figure flashed. Her true intent of Dark Yin combined with Dark Yin demonic body gave her an outstanding attack. Bang! The demonic blood python went into a frenzy and attacked the 3 people. Attack its weak point, shouted Fang Chen. At the same time, he also launched a fierce attack. The 4 of them besieged the demonic blood python, but the latter seemed to have gone mad and launched a counterattack. Bang! Once again, he was sent flying by the tail of the demonic blood python. Fang Chen was prepared to take the risk. He took out a Dao-grade talisman and shouted, "Cover me." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Hei Tai and the other 2 attacked with all their might and forced the demonic blood python to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen leaped into the air above the demonic blood python and activated the talisman without hesitation. Violent sword chi filled the air instantly. Roar! The demonic blood python was enraged. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen stuffed the activated sword talisman into the demonic blood python's bloody mouth. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying. His body was covered in blood. Even though the sword body's defense was strong, he was still injured this time. Swoosh! A vast amount of sword chi gushed out from the sword talisman and continued to ravage the demonic blood python's bloody mouth. The demonic blood python kept struggling. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Star and Moon and the other 2 used their strongest attack to attack the demonic blood python's weak point. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. The rocks above the cave kept falling. The whole cave seemed to be collapsing. After struggling for a while, the demonic blood python's aura finally weakened. Its huge body wanted to crawl back into the cave, but it died midway. Seeing the dead demonic blood python and the miserable cave, the four looked at each other. The demonic blood python was too strong. ALV2 genuine martial realm demonic blood python had such destructive power. After confirming that the demonic blood python was dead, Heitai's eyes flashed. He walked to the demonic blood python and reached his hand into its body. He took out its gallbladder. Looking at the red gallbladder in his hand, Heitai's eyes shone. The demonic blood python's body belongs to me, Linlu suddenly said. Humph, we agreed that except for the gallbladder, the rest would belong to us. Are you going back on your word? Fang Chen questioned. Heitai was the one who agreed. I didn't say anything, Linlu said shamelessly. Star and Moon snorted. His aura rippled as he said, we contributed the most to killing the demonic blood python. The body should belong to us. Star and Moon were the main attackers of the three genuine martial realm experts. Fang Chen had used a talisman at the critical moment. In the end, Lin Lu wanted to steal their fruits of labor. Heitai, what do you mean? Fang Chen looked at Heitai and asked. I've already got the gallbladder. It doesn't matter. This is between you and Lin Lu. I won't interfere. However, Lin Lu is my good friend. If he's in trouble, I won't leave him to die. Heitai put away the gallbladder and grinned. Hearing Heitai's words, Fang Chen knew that a battle was inevitable. Let me. Xingyu stood in front of Fang Chen and stared at the two of them. She said, you have to pay the price for snatching my things. Star and Moon, you're only at LV2 of the genuine martial realm. It'll be easy for us to kill you if we work together. Lin Lu sneered. Besides, you used up most of your spiritual qi in the battle just now. How are you going to fight us? Lin Lu said coldly, as if he was certain that Star and Moon would be defeated. As for Fang Chen, he was ignored by Lin Lu. After all, he wasn't a genuine martial realm expert. Then let's try. Star and Moon's cold voice reached Lin Lu's ears. Immediately, Star and Moon tiptoed and appeared in front of Lin Lu in a flash. He threw a punch. Lin Lu had expected Star and Moon to make a move. Before Star and Moon's fist could reach him, he kept retreating. Star and Moon, Lin Lu is my friend. Don't you think it's too much to attack him? Heitai said hypocritically. Then, a black aura appeared around him as he threw a punch. Bang! Star and Moon and Heitai punched each other. Star and Moon retreated slightly, while Heitai stood still. Do it. As soon as Heitai's voice fell, the two genuine martial realm experts joined forces and besieged Star and Moon. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't let Star and Moon face danger alone. He instantly set up a profound level formation. However, for a genuine martial realm expert, a profound level formation was nothing. Your opponent is me. Fang Chen moved and stopped Lin Lu. He didn't need to defeat Lin Lu. He just needed to stall him for a while. You're courting death. Sure enough, after being stopped by Fang Chen, Lin Lu's face darkened. He immediately launched a fierce attack. Sacrificing fist. Lin Lu shouted and performed the sacrificing fist. The fist radiance contained the terrifying aura of a genuine martial realm expert. It also contained a vast bloody true intent. Bang! A punch landed on Fang Chen's body, causing the latter to continuously retreat. A genuine martial realm expert? Fang Chen licked his dry lips and grinned. This was the first time he truly fought a genuine martial realm expert. The Golden Light Dragon Sword technique was pushed to the extreme. The sword intent was also fully released. The sword radiance was everywhere, constantly attacking Lin Lu. When Lin Lu was blocked by Fang Chen, Heitai was instantly suppressed by Star and Moon and was forced to retreat. Lin Lu, you piece of trash. Can't you even deal with a spiritual vortex realm expert? Heitai cursed. Bang! Heitai's body was sent flying by Star and Moon. At this moment, Lin Lu repelled Fang Chen and came to Heitai's side. Finish this quickly, Lin Lu said. Fang Chen rushed over again, but Star and Moon stopped him. You don't have to do anything. Let me do it, Star and Moon said. Star and Moon's tone was calm, but it gave off a strong pressure. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An extremely cold aura appeared on Star and Moon's body. This was a sign that the mysterious yin body was being activated. At the same time, the true meaning of mysterious yin also spread out. Dazzling sound wave. Xingyu shouted in a low voice. Her palms kept waving, and ripples appeared in the cave. These ripples contained the majestic true meaning of mysterious yin, which directly enveloped Heitai and Lin Lu. Ah! Lin Lu suddenly let out a miserable cry. He was shocked to find that this was a sound wave attack. Damn it! Heitai cursed. Star and Moon's sound wave attack was too strong. It made Heitai's soul tremble. Get out! Heitai roared. Suddenly, the void in front of him was cut open, directly cutting off the source of the sound wave attack. In an instant, the sound wave attack that invaded Heitai and Lin Lu's minds disappeared. Fang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw this. Is this Heitai's true meaning? This was the first time Fang Chen saw Heitai use his true meaning. What true meaning is this? How can it cut open space? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "This is the true meaning of cleavage." The true meaning of cleavage was a legendary true meaning. It was much stronger than the true meaning of mysterious yin. A martial artist with the true meaning of cleavage could cut open space at the beginning. At the peak, they could even cut open stars with a thought. It was terrifying. So it's the true meaning of cleavage. But this alone is not enough to scare me. Star and Moon sneered. Her purple robe fluttered, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her aura was still rising. Star and Moon, who was in the second level of the true martial realm, used the mysterious yin inheritance. Her attack power was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the second level. Heitai's eyes flickered. He glanced at Star and Moon, and then at Star and Moon. Boom! Suddenly, Heitai punched and used the true meaning of cleavage, cutting open the void. Let's go! Heitai pulled Lin Lu and entered the cave, disappearing in an instant. Star and Moon didn't chase. She really couldn't catch up to Heitai, who had the true meaning of cleavage. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 805. At this time, in a dark cave somewhere, the void was cut open, and Heitai and Lin Lu walked out in a sorry state. Didn't you say we could use this opportunity to kill Star and Moon? Lin Lu asked angrily as soon as he stopped. I underestimated Star and Moon's strength. I didn't expect her to be able to resist our joint attack, Heitai said grimly. Now, not only did Star and Moon not die, but they even gave away the demonic blood python's body, Lin Lu said unhappily. We'll take back what belongs to us sooner or later, Heitai said. Originally, they wanted to work together to kill the demonic blood python and exhaust Star and Moon's spiritual energy, then work together to kill Star and Moon. But in the end, the plan fell short. Fortunately, getting the snake gallbladders wasn't a waste of time. In the underground cave, in front of the grotto, Fang Chen and Star and Moon were cutting up the demonic blood python's body. The demonic blood python's body was too big to fit in a single space ring, so they had to cut it up. The demonic blood python's body was unusually hard. Fortunately, Star and Moon's true intent of dark yin corroded it, so Fang Chen could cut it up easily. After putting the demonic blood python's body into the space ring, Fang Chen smiled. Do you know why the demonic blood python suddenly became so strong? Fang Chen asked. Didn't it pass its metamorphosis period? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen shook his head and took out 3 snake gallbladders from the space ring. You mean the demonic blood python didn't undergo metamorphosis, but laid eggs? Star and Moon instantly understood. That's right. These 3 gallbladders were laid by the demonic blood python. I was smashed into the grotto by the python's tail, so I took them, Fang Chen said. They're actually the demonic blood python's eggs. Star and Moon was also surprised. 3 demonic blood python's eggs would make people go crazy in the outside world. After all, this represented 3 young demonic blood pythons. Once the eggs hatched, there would be 3 young demonic blood pythons. The value of the blood fiend python was extremely high. After they reached adulthood, they would automatically have the strength of the spiritual vortex realm. With a little bit of training, they would be able to reach the real martial realm. Having 3 baby blood demon pythons meant that there would be 3 blood demon pythons in the true martial realm in the future. After we leave the heavenly void secret land, nurture them well and try to nurture 3 blood fiend pythons, Fang Chen said with a smile. After that, Fang Chen put away the blood fiend python egg. Brother Chen, haven't you always wanted to comprehend the concept of wood? The blood fiend python's bile contains some wood attribute energy. Do you want to try it? Asked Star and Moon suddenly. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then patted his head. Why didn't he think of that? Of course, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had already collected the blood fiend python's organs when he was cutting it. At that moment, with a single thought from Fang Chen, a very large wooden case appeared. This wooden box contained the blood fiend python's organs, which included its bile. Fang Chen took the bile and put the wooden box back. Then, he sat down cross-legged and said, "You help me guard. Brother Chen, this blood fiend python is a real martial realm demonic beast. Its bile must be very violent. Be careful," Star and Moon reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and dripped a drop of bile into his mouth. Instantly, a scorching hot aura filled the air. So powerful. Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. This was the bile being digested. At this moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. The pain caused by the bile instantly disappeared. Fang Chen was a little surprised. The blood fiend python's bile had caused a change in the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart directly absorbed the drop of bile that had spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chen poured the rest of the bile into his mouth. As expected, the golden heart absorbed all of it, not leaving a single drop for Fang Chen. Could it be that the reason the golden heart was beating so fast was because of the blood fiend python? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After the golden heart absorbed the blood fiend python's bile, it emitted a strange aura. At first, Fang Chen didn't notice it. Later, when Fang Chen felt this aura, he was overjoyed. Endless aura. This is the aura of the wood element, Fang Chen exclaimed excitedly. The essence of wood could give life to nature. The aura emitted by the golden heart was actually the aura of endless life. In his ecstasy, Fang Chen started to absorb the wood element aura without hesitation. 15 minutes later, the wood element aura surged around Fang Chen's body. Star and Moon's eyes lit up. Brother Chen's potential is monstrous. I wonder what kind of lightning tribulation he'll trigger when he enters the true martial realm. Will it be the 12th layer tribulation? Star and Moon thought to herself. Of course, she also knew that it was impossible for it to be the 12th layer tribulation. It was most likely the 9-9 lightning tribulation. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen continued to absorb the wood element aura. After another 2 hours, the wood element aura around Fang Chen's body had reached its peak. Hiss! The wood element aura was condensing in his mind. It took a lot of effort to condense into a round ball, but it suddenly exploded. Fang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head. He had failed at the crucial moment. How is it? Star and Moon asked. I'm still 1 step away, Fang Chen said. After absorbing the bile of the blood fiend python, his comprehension of the essence of wood had deepened. Fang Chen was confident that as long as he ate some more wood element treasures, he would definitely be able to comprehend the essence of wood. That's already very good, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't try to force the issue. Forcing it wouldn't work. Fang Chen calmly faced reality. In a certain dark area, Adept Calamity was calmly standing. After arriving here, he felt his heart palpitate. He could faintly sense a terrifying aura in the air. Senior, shouted Adept Calamity. You know I'm here. Suddenly, a deep voice could be heard. Senior, I know you've been trapped here by the Heavenly Void King, so I've come to save you, said Adept Calamity. Save me. The demon beast in the cage sneered. With your little strength, you think you can save me? Senior, with my strength, I naturally can't save you. But I have a method, said Adept Calamity. What method? The demonic beast asked. There's a man with a 3-legged, two-eared cauldron. There's a head inside the cauldron. That head is exceptionally powerful. He might be able to open this cage and let you out, said Adept Calamity. Three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Hearing this, the demon beast in the cage was also shocked. It naturally knew what a three-legged, two-eared cauldron was. That was a cauldron that belonged to a supreme being from the ancient era. Just as the demon beast was shocked, the ground suddenly shook. Then, it sensed the situation in the underground cave. Someone actually killed the blood demon python. It seems there's a true martial realm expert among the human martial artists that came here, said the demon beast with a sinister smile as it licked its dry lips. Adept Calamity stood on the ground, waiting for the demon beast's reply. After a long time, the demon beast said, "Bring all the true martial realm martial artists here and I'll agree to your request." "All right," said Adept Calamity. Just now, Adept Calamity had told the demon beast everything about the head. When the demon beast learned that the head in the cauldron was absorbing the power of an ancient era expert, it was also shocked. Adept Calamity said that he could use this to let the head in the cauldron break out of its cage. Once the demon beast regained its freedom, he could destroy the head. And Adept Calamity's only request was to follow the demon beast. The demon beast readily agreed. It wasn't just Adept Calamity who was scheming against it. However, none of this was important. It already couldn't wait to taste the delicious human blood. Adept Calamity left. He had to think of a way to bring the true martial realm martial artists here. At this time, the demon beast in the cage had a king character on its forehead. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. To think that I, the Heavenly Bone King, would fall to such a state, said the demon beast angrily. Fang Chen and Star and Moon left the cave. On the other side of the cave, there was a passage. This passage led to a certain place. The two of them passed through the passage and arrived at an underground palace. In the center of the palace, there was an extremely tall statue. This statue was of a human with a trace of anger on its face. Its hand was holding the blade of a long saber. Could it be the statue of the Heavenly Void King? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. Star and Moon nodded and said, "It should be the statue of the Heavenly Void King. From this statue, we can clearly see that the owner of the saber is attacking the Heavenly Void King. Who dares to attack the Heavenly Void King? Could it be that this person is the mastermind behind the Heavenly Void King's death?" Fang Chen hurriedly asked. At this time, the two of them discovered that there were two faint words on the blade of the Heavenly Void King's hand. Heavenly Bone? What does that mean? Fang Chen was puzzled. Is that the name of the saber? The underground palace was extremely magnificent. Other than the statue in the center, the surroundings were empty. Every corner had a crystal lamp that illuminated the entire palace. That saber contains an extremely fierce fiendish aura. Even after so long, it hasn't completely dissipated, said Star and Moon to himself. An expert who can challenge the Heavenly Void King has to be at least LV9 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the statue. Chapter 806. The statue in the center of the palace was at least 3 meters tall. From the statue's expression, one could see that the Heavenly Void King's face was also filled with shock. To be able to shock the Heavenly Void King back then, it was enough to show that his enemy was extraordinary. Could it be that the owner of the war blade is a quasi-king level expert like the Heavenly Void King? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the war blade in the statue's hand and cried out. Star and Moon nodded. From the statue, the Heavenly Void King's enemy must have been a quasi-king level expert or a mystic king expert. However, if it was a mystic king expert, killing the Heavenly Void King would be easy. Therefore, from this point, it could be inferred that the Heavenly Void King's enemy was a quasi-king level expert. That should be the case, Star and Moon said. Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly recalled what Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness had said to him before it completely dissipated. Within the Heavenly Void secret realm, the true danger was not Adept Calamity, but something else. He had told Fang Chen to be careful. At this moment, Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes were focused on the war blade in the statue's hand. His expression changed greatly and his heart trembled. Could the danger that Shakyamuni mentioned be the heavenly Void King's enemy back then? Fang Chen thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Chen felt that it was inconceivable. He gently held Star and Moon's small white hand and said, be careful. Brother Chen, did you discover something? Star and Moon asked curiously. Star and Moon told Star and Moon everything that Shakyamuni had told them. After hearing this, Star and Moon were also shocked. If what you guessed is true, then the owner of the war blade is still alive, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Star and Moon, a stone door suddenly appeared on the wall behind the statue. Fang Chen and Star and Moon watched as the stone door was pushed open and two figures fled in panic. Lin Lu and He Tai. After seeing who it was, Fang Chen was a little surprised. It's you. He Tai and Lin Lu's faces were filled with fear as they quickly fled. When they came out of the stone door and saw Fang Chen and Star and Moon, they hurriedly ran to their sides. When he saw Fang Chen and Star and Moon's aura surging, he hurriedly stopped them. Stop! He Tai shouted. Humph! You two betrayed me. Today is the day you die, Fang Chen said coldly. If it weren't for Star and Moon's strength, he would have died at their hands long ago. Hearing this, He Tai hurriedly stopped him. Fang Chen, we need to unite now. That's right. We just entered a palace and met a terrifying expert. He was very strong. Even if the two of us joined forces, we were still no match for him, Lin Lu said. Why should we help you? Star and Moon said coldly. He is the enemy of all humans, He Tai said solemnly. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he was about to speak. Suddenly, the stone door opened and a terrifying aura came out. Then, a black shadow broke through the door and entered. When he saw the black shadow, Fang Chen's eyes became serious. It seemed that He Tai was right. It really wasn't a good time for internal strife. Because the person in front of him was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, what shocked Fang Chen the most was that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect had clearly been sucked into the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian. Why was he here now? It's you. Fang Chen cried out when he saw the Adept of Calamity. Brother Chen, you know this person? Star and Moon also sensed the powerful aura coming from this person and asked solemnly. He is the Adept of Calamity of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, He Tai and Lin Lu smiled helplessly. The Yellow Spring sect had flourished for a period of time, and its influence was enormous in the entire ancient Sword continent. Within the Yellow Spring sect, the sect master's name had shaken the entire ancient Sword continent. The external affairs of the Yellow Spring sect were generally handled by the three sovereigns. Although the Yellow Spring sect had been destroyed a long time ago, He Tai and the others still knew about the Yellow Spring sect. One of the three sovereigns, the Adept of Calamity, He Tai called out. Keek, 3 true martial realm cultivators. They're enough to be my food. The Adept of Calamity laughed sinisterly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fang Chen and also sensed the existence of the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in Fang Chen's dantian. In the next instant, he erupted with battle power, wanting to kill Star and Moon and the other two. Attack together, Star and Moon shouted. Taking the lead, she activated her profound yin fiendish body and used her profound yin true intent to attack the Adept of Calamity. At the same time, He Tai and Lin Lu also attacked frantically. Although they had a grudge with Star and Moon before, their grudges were nothing in the face of the Yellow Spring sect sovereigns. The Yellow Spring sect had a terrible reputation on the ancient Sword continent back then. Furthermore, they were cruel in their ways. Any human cultivator on the ancient Sword continent hated them to the core. Rumble, this was the second time the 3 true martial realm cultivators had joined forces after surrounding the demonic blood python. This time, the 3 of them clearly didn't hold back. When they attacked together, their attack power was comparable to a peak LV2 true martial realm cultivator. It could even be compared to a LV3 true martial realm cultivator. The wild attacks caused the entire palace to tremble. The power that escaped caused the palace to shake continuously. Stone fragments fell from the sky. However, no matter how many stone fragments fell, the statue in the center was completely fine. Every time a stone fragment approached the statue, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Seeing the three true martial realm cultivators join forces to attack the Adept of Calamity, Fang Chen also attacked. Crash! Fang Chen set up a supreme grade profound grade array formation. Then, he activated his full strength and joined the attack. Bang! 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 Fang Chen's participation turned the situation around. Caught off guard, the Adept of Calamity was hit by Star and Moon's punch. His body kept retreating. He looked at Fang Chen. His eyes flickered with a ferocious glint. Then, he clenched his teeth and counterattacked Hei Tai. However, the Adept of Calamity clearly couldn't hold on for much longer. He kept retreating. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Adept of Calamity was once again sent flying by Star and Moon. He quickly stood up with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "How dare you interfere with this Venerable's business? Sooner or later, you will die." After saying that, the Adept of Calamity's figure flashed and entered the stone door. Chase! Hei Tai roared without even thinking about it. If the Adept of Calamity escaped and attacked them one by one, they would all die. Rather than that, they might as well chase after him. Hei Tai rushed into the stone door. Lin Lu and Star and Moon followed closely behind. He escaped. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He felt that something was wrong, but he still chased after them. The Adept of Calamity's speed was very fast, but Hei Tai's group wasn't slow either. They kept chasing. Crash! The surface of the palace was a wasteland. A sinister aura enveloped this place. After the Adept of Calamity came out of the palace, he quickly arrived at the end of the wasteland and calmly stood there. Star and Moon's group of 4 quickly caught up. "You're not running anymore." Hei Tai sneered. "Kill him," said Lin Lu icily. At this moment, the Adept of Calamity turned around. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. "You small fries, do you really think that I, the Adept of Calamity, can't beat you?" sneered the Adept of Calamity. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. "If you could beat us, why would you need to run?" Lin Lu didn't believe him. Star and Moon didn't say anything. But she turned to look at Fang Chen. The two of them exchanged a glance. They could both see the unease in each other's eyes. Clap clap clap. At this moment, Lord of Calamity clapped his hands, making a clapping sound. In the next moment, a boundless voice came from underground. The entire sky seemed to be locked down. Star and Moon's group of 4 were completely shocked. At that moment, Fang Chen felt as though his soul was trembling. The aura that was emanating from the ground was way too strong. Could it be that he's the master of that battle saber? At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter came from the ground. Fang Chen's group of 4 were unable to move. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron hidden in his dantian had left his body and was floating in the air above the wasteland. Hiss! A ray of light shot out of the cauldron and covered the ground. The cauldron trembled and the lid opened. The head in the cauldron appeared and directly drilled into the ground. In the next moment, a deafening sound came from underground. Then, furious roars could be heard. Fang Chen's group of 4 looked at this scene in shock. The trembling continued for about 15 minutes. The cauldron floating in the air also drilled into the ground. Dong! The moment the cauldron drilled into the ground, the entire ground shook. Wild winds suddenly blew in the heavenly void secret realm. Dense spiritual energy all rushed here. What's going on? Fang Chen was very shocked. He also didn't understand why the head in the cauldron would go underground. Could it be that the terrifying existence underground was also very interested in the head in the cauldron? An ominous premonition grew in Fang Chen's heart. His expression was very ugly. After an unknown amount of time, a majestic aura suddenly soared into the sky. "I, the Heavenly Bone King, have finally regained my freedom." A terrifying voice came from underground. Then, the ground caved in, and a huge cage broke out from the ground. Some of the iron rods on the cage were already broken. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was floating in the cage. When the cage appeared on the ground, Fang Chen was completely shocked. In the cage, There was a tiger-type demonic beast. Its body was several feet tall and its body was filled with the aura of a good person. Chapter 807. Foolish humans, you're too weak. The demonic beast the size of a small mountain directly tore apart the iron rod on the cage and walked out of the cage. At this time, the cage had already been reduced to ashes. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron left the monster's hand and floated in the air. It spun a few times and then shrank. Finally, it entered Fang Chen's dantian. Brat, I didn't expect the three-legged, two-eared cauldron to choose you. Then you must die, said the Skybone King loudly as he stared at Fang Chen. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Chen to be stunned. Fang Chen, what's going on? Asked He Tai and Lin Lu anxiously. The monster in front of them was too strong. Just by standing there quietly, they didn't even have the courage to attack. And the thing that opened the monster's cage was clearly the mysterious cauldron in Fang Chen's body. So He Tai and Lin Lu were very puzzled. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He tried to communicate with the cauldron, but found that the lid didn't move at all. He couldn't open it at all. He didn't know what was going on inside. Brat, don't try to open the cauldron. I paid a great price to stabilize the head inside the cauldron. But it's all worth it. I, the Skybone King, have regained my freedom, laughed the Skybone King. He placed his claws on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The Skybone King. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the tiger-type monster and said, "You're the owner of that saber, the Skybone King's enemy." H, that damned Skybone King. What qualifications does he have to be called a quasi-king? I'm the true quasi-king, roared the Skybone King furiously. The breath coming out of its nostrils made Fang Chen's blood boil. Star and Moon looked at the Skybone King gravely. They didn't say anything. Right now, it was useless to say anything. They had to think of a way to escape. Brother Chen, called Star and Moon. Fang Chen knew that Star and Moon wanted Fang Chen to communicate with the cauldron. Since it was the big cauldron that had released Skybone King, it would naturally be the big cauldron that would deal with Skybone King. This damnable cauldron. If I didn't want to borrow its power to break out of this cage, how could I, the Grand Heavenly Bone King, have lost my most precious heart, said the Heavenly Bone King. Fang Chen was taken aback. He vaguely understood what was going on. The head in the cauldron seemed to want to absorb the power of the ancient expert. As for Adept Calamity, the reason why he was able to come out seemed to be because he had reached some sort of agreement with the head in the cauldron. Although Adept Calamity seemed to have retreated in defeat, he had actually lured them here. The head in the cauldron took action and shattered the cage, releasing the Heavenly Bone King. The Skybone Monarch sacrificed his own heart to pacify the head in the cauldron so that it could not deal with him. Upon thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as a helpless expression appeared on his face. What should we do? Asked He Tai. He did not want to die. If he, He Tai, did not die, he would definitely shine brightly when he went out this time. He would definitely become an expert whose name would shake the ancient sword continent in the future. He was unwilling to accept this. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely not give up. Similarly, Lin Lu did not want to die either. At this moment, the two of them looked at Fang Chen with burning gazes. They vaguely felt that the source of this matter was Fang Chen. We must think of a way to escape from here, said Lin Lu. The Heavenly Bone King was the owner of the battle saber in the statue's hand. He was at the same level as the Heavenly Void King, a quasi-king level expert. Such an expert was not someone that they, who had just entered the true martial realm, could compare to. Brother Chen. Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen shook his head and fell silent. If it was an ordinary true martial realm expert, he could still fight. However, he was powerless against a quasi-king level expert. You few ants can die now. The Heavenly Bone King laughed sinisterly as he raised his claw. A gust of wind and clouds surged around him, and a chill attacked. Seeing that the Heavenly Bone King wanted to kill the four of them, Adept of Calamity hurriedly stopped him. Lord Heavenly Bone King, I have a suggestion, said Adept of Calamity. Okay. The Heavenly Bone King's claw floated in the air as he said in a deep voice. Lord Heavenly Bone King has regained your freedom. The vast ancient sword continent will also be your territory. When the time comes, you can let them do some trivial things, said Adept of Calamity. When the Heavenly Bone King heard this, he instantly understood. Adept of Calamity's suggestion was to let the 4 of them be his servants. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. As a quasi-king level expert, the Heavenly Bone King naturally could not do everything by himself. Okay. You can live, but you will all be my servants, said the Heavenly Bone King. Run. Right at this moment, Heitai shouted in a low voice. He pushed his speed to the limit and escaped directly. How dare you run away in front of me, the Heavenly Bone King? When the Heavenly Bone King saw this, he stretched out his claw and immediately pierced through the void to grab Heitai. In the next moment, Heitai's body fell to the ground directly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll give you all a chance. Submit to me, said the Heavenly Bone King. As soon as the Heavenly Bone King's voice fell, he did not give the 4 of them any chance at all. A strange aura emitted from his head, and then it split into 4 and drilled into the 4's minds. Hiss. Hiss. The 4 of them wanted to resist, but it was to no avail. When the 4 strange auras drilled into the 4's minds, they instantly controlled their souls. In an instant, the 4 of them looked at the Heavenly Bone King with dull eyes. Master. The 4 of them cupped their hands and called out. When the Heavenly Bone King saw this, he nodded in satisfaction and said, although the 4 of you are a little weak, you have contributed to me regaining my freedom. From now on, follow me, the Heavenly Bone King. When the 4 of them heard this, they nodded in a daze. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he became dull again. Just now, when the strange aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind and tried to control his soul, the Heavenly Bone King's heart suddenly beat rapidly. Suddenly, the golden heart started beating rapidly. It sucked the strange aura into the golden heart. Fang Chen was not controlled at all. However, the Heavenly Bone King did not seem to notice. Fang Chen pretended to be controlled. Like the other 3, his expression was dull and he did not move at all. Now, I'll send the 4 of you to the place where the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King is located. Whoever can receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King will be my number 1 general. The Heavenly Bone King shook his wrist, and the 4 of them disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Sage Calamity asked, Master Heavenly Bone King, why don't you let me go? You are not human. You can't receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King. The Heavenly Bone King said in a deep voice. When Fang Chen woke up, he realized that he had returned to the underground palace. In front of him, the statue stood quietly. However, the saber in the statue's hand had disappeared. Fang Chen looked around and realized that this place had been sealed. There was no way to get out. Beside him, Star and Moon and the other 2 stood there in a daze. At this moment, the hand of the statue emitted a gentle light. In the next moment, an ancient voice came out from the statue. When you hear this voice, it means that you are qualified to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King. My inheritance is in my palm. Everyone, put your palms against mine. Whether you can receive the inheritance or not depends on your luck. These were the last words of the Heavenly Bone King. As for his soul, it had already dissipated. It was impossible for him to be resurrected. The first to try was Heitai. He placed his palm on the palm of the statue. Suddenly, the dazzling light became even more intense. After a while, Heitai was stunned. He turned around and left. Not far away, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Next was Lin Lu. After him, it was Star and Moon's turn. Just as Star and Moon was about to step forward, Fang Chen grabbed Star and Moon's small white hand. Star and Moon's eyes were expressionless. They looked at Fang Chen coldly. At this moment, Fang Chen was heartbroken. I will definitely save you. The reason why Fang Chen was not controlled by the Heavenly Bone King was because of the Golden Heart. Fang Chen wanted to save Star and Moon. Naturally, he would find a way to break through from the Golden Heart. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's hand and urged the Golden Heart. Suddenly, a clear stream flowed out of the Golden Heart. It passed through Fang Chen's palm and entered Star and Moon's body. Fang Chen found that after the clear stream circled Star and Moon's body for a while, it actually approached the mind. Can you get rid of the control? Fang Chen was very nervous. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clear stream entered Star and Moon's soul and began to absorb the layer of energy covering Star and Moon's soul. As the layer of energy disappeared, Star and Moon's expression began to struggle. Seeing this, Fang Chen was very excited. It seemed that the golden heart could restrain that layer of energy. 3 minutes later, the layer of energy covering Star and Moon's soul completely disappeared. At this time, the clear stream spread to Star and Moon's limbs and bones. Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Brother Chen. Star and Moon was very surprised. Her memory stopped at the moment when she was controlled by the Heavenly Bone King. Why did she appear here now? I helped you get rid of the control, Star and Moon said simply. However, she hid the most important part, the golden heart, and did not say anything. Brother Chen, won't the Heavenly Bone King know about this? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, no, he won't. Right now, the Heavenly Bone King is invincible in the Heavenly Void Secret Land. We have nowhere to run, Star and Moon said. Maybe the Heavenly Void King's inheritance is an opportunity for us, Fang Chen said. When the Heavenly Void King died back then, he should have known that the Heavenly Bone King would escape one day. He must have left a backup plan. However, Fang Chen did not know what the backup plan was. Maybe the breakthrough was in the Heavenly Void King's inheritance. Let's accept the Heavenly Void King's inheritance first, Fang Chen said. The palace was sealed. It must have been designed by the Heavenly Void King back then to protect the warriors who accepted the inheritance. They could accept the inheritance without worrying about the Heavenly Bone King coming in. Star and Moon turned to look at Hei Tai and Lin Lu and asked. After we accept the inheritance, I will remove the control for them, Fang Chen said. In the Heavenly Void Secret Land, the 4 of them were considered the strongest warriors. If they did not unite, they would definitely not be able to escape from the Heavenly Bone King. Star and Moon nodded. Then, she walked to the statue and pressed her small white hand on the statue's palm. Chapter 808. The moment the gentle light enveloped the entire palace, Star and Moon's aura changed greatly. Then, Star and Moon's white palm shook slightly. Then, Star and Moon opened her eyes and left the statue. She nodded at Fang Chen and sat down cross-legged to comprehend. In the end, only Fang Chen was left. I wonder if I can get the inheritance of King Tianshu, Fang Chen thought to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm. He was only 1 step away from LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. King Tianshu's inheritance might allow him to enter the real martial arts realm. Fang Chen bowed 3 times to King Tianshu's statue. Then, he walked forward and placed his palm on the statue's palm. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura was transmitted from the statue into Fang Chen's body. Even after spending my entire life's effort, I wasn't able to step into the profound king realm. I hope that after the successor inherits my legacy, he will be able to step into the profound king realm in his lifetime. The Heavenly Void King's voice faintly rang out. Then, Fang Chen's heart trembled. A huge amount of information entered his mind. Whether you can get the inheritance will depend on your luck. King Tianshu's voice was filled with hope. Fang Chen's heart ached. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the huge amount of information that King Tianshu had transmitted into his mind. King Tianshu Mystery Land was an independent small space. When King Tianshu had died, the Tianshu Mystery Land had collapsed. Of course, it was only the outer area of the Mystery Land that had collapsed. The inner area was much better. Moreover, the rules of the inner area of the Mystery Land were relatively more complete. At that moment, within the Heavenly Void Secret Land, countless warriors were fleeing rapidly. Suddenly, countless martial artists appeared in the empty outer area of the Mystery Land. Among these martial artists, there were martial artists from Tianju, Demon State, and 5-Element State. The martial artists from the 3 states had put aside their differences and fought side by side. This was because they had encountered the greatest danger in history. Calamity Knight received Sky Bone King's order and began to slaughter all the geniuses in the Tianshu secret realm. There were a total of 150 geniuses who had entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. In the entire ancient Sword continent, these 150 geniuses were the most likely to advance to the real martial realm. They were also the hope of the ancient Sword continent. When they had just entered the Heavenly Void secret realm, they had killed each other and some warriors had died. But those losses couldn't be compared to what they were experiencing now. Reverend Calamity was far too powerful. As long as they encountered him, the martial artists of the three great provinces had no chance of surviving. A large number of warriors had died at the hands of Adept Calamity. Of course, there were also a number of warriors who managed to escape. They desperately fled to the periphery of the Heavenly Void secret realm, trying to leave from the periphery. At this time, on a wasteland in the periphery, with Zhong Jingtao at the lead, there were about 30 cultivators from the three prefectures following behind him. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Song Xiong glanced behind him and said, "Senior brother Zhong, the enemy is too strong. We can't stop them. Let's leave quickly." Zhong Jingtao nodded and led the group out of the wasteland quickly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the Heavenly Void secret realm was filled with blood. In the huge Heavenly Void secret realm, countless people had died. Reverend Calamity was still chasing after the geniuses from the three great provinces. In this half a month, countless geniuses had died at his hands. Now, only Zhong Jingtao and the 30 or so geniuses were left. After killing all of you, I can complete my mission. Reverend Calamity floated in the sky and said eerily. In the next moment, Reverend Calamity's body flashed and disappeared instantly. When Reverend Calamity appeared again, he had already chased after Zhong Jingtao and the others. You can't escape. Reverend Calamity said eerily. A vast aura instantly spread out and enveloped the group. Let's go. With no other choice, Zhong Jingtao and the others took out their life-saving treasures and threw them at Reverend Calamity. Although these life-saving treasures couldn't hurt Reverend Calamity, they still caused a certain amount of damage to Reverend Calamity. Around Reverend Calamity's body, crackling sounds could be heard. When Zhong Jingtao and the others saw this, they quickly ran away. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard. Reverend Calamity cleared the obstacles around him and his face was extremely gloomy. Puny ants, how dare you try to escape from me? What a joke. Reverend Calamity wasn't going to play with these puny ants anymore. He wanted to kill all of them. However, just as Reverend Calamity's aura was getting closer, suddenly, in the sky above the Heavenly Void secret realm, a ray of light shot into the clouds. Then, the entire Heavenly Void secret realm started to tremble. What's going on? When Reverend Calamity saw this, he was confused. Zhong Jingtao and the others were running away. Suddenly, the ground shook and they were shocked. A spatial tunnel. At this moment, Blazing Heaven discovered that a spatial passageway had appeared and shouted loudly, "Run!" When the spatial tunnel appeared, the group didn't have time to think about what was going on. They only had one thought in their mind and that was to run away. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. When Reverend Calamity was confused, Zhong Jingtao and the others rushed into the spatial tunnel. Damn it! When Reverend Calamity saw this, he threw out a punch and fiercely hit the spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel trembled and quickly closed. When Reverend Calamity arrived, the spatial tunnel had already disappeared. Damn it! Reverend Calamity stood there quietly. His face was gloomy as he cursed. 5-element state, Border City. Border City was the most desolate city in the entire 5-element state. As this city was in the middle of the 3 states, it was filled with all kinds of people. However, the strongest person was only at the Spirit Vortex realm. However, ever since the Heavenly Void secret realm swept through the entire ancient Sword continent, Border City welcomed many martial artists. There were even true martial realm martial artists. However, as time passed, the true martial realm martial artists in Border City had already left. In a wasteland not far from Border City, at the end of the wasteland was a chaotic space. This chaotic space was the entrance to the Heavenly Void secret realm. There was no one here. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the chaotic space. Then, these people rushed into the wasteland and hurriedly left the wasteland. What is this place? Someone asked curiously. 5 Elements State. We have arrived at 5 Elements State. Seeing this, Blazing Heaven was overjoyed. Arriving at 5 Elements State meant that they would not be chased by Reverend Calamity. In order to prevent the enemy from chasing us, quickly inform the Dean. Zhong Jingtao said in a deep voice. As he informed the Dean, he rushed to Border City. With Zhong Jingtao, a true martial realm martial artist leading, more than 30 Spirit Vortex realm martial artists aggressively entered Border City. This immediately caused a commotion in Border City. The city lord personally came to welcome them. Under Zhong Jingtao's request, the city lord arranged a spacious courtyard for them to rest in. Senior Zhong, what did the Dean say? Blazing Heaven asked. The Dean is on his way. Zhong Jingtao said. The people from Tianju and Demon State felt as if they had survived a disaster. They quickly contacted the higher-ups of the 2 states. 5 Elements Academy, 5 Elements Peak Main Peak. The Dean was playing chess with Elder Han in the garden. The Dean was holding Shirako while Elder Han was holding Black. Dean, it has been more than half a year since the Heavenly Void Secret Realm opened. I wonder how they are doing inside. Elder Han said with a smile. They should be out soon. The Dean said. A while ago, the true martial realm lightning tribulation shocked the entire ancient sword continent. It caused all the martial artists on the road to look at the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. I wonder how many martial artists in our 5 Element state can step into the true martial realm. Elder Han said. The Heavenly Void Secret Realm was a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps some martial artists would obtain a great fortuitous encounter and step into the true martial realm. Let's not talk about it. Let's play chess. The Dean shook his head slightly and changed the topic with a smile. Okay, let's play chess. Elder Han picked up a chess piece and thought for a moment before placing it on the chessboard. He looked at the Dean and waited for him to play chess. Just as the Dean was about to play chess, his expression suddenly changed. Dean, what happened? Elder Han asked. Huala. The Dean threw down the flag in his hand and directly floated in the air. He shouted loudly, all true martial realm martial artists have always come to the main peak. The Dean's voice contained a vast amount of spiritual qi. It spread through the entire 5 Elements Academy. Saint Master Shenlong and the others immediately rushed over. What's going on? What happened? Dean, why did you call us over? In the blink of an eye, the Bloody Spearman and the other true martial realm martial artists all arrived. They were very confused. The Dean had never called them over like this. There must be something important this time. Dean, could it be that you found the nest of the Yellow Spring Sect's remnants? Saint Master Danqing asked. Really? Then let's directly charge over and destroy the Yellow Spring Sect's remnants, said the bone weapon Saint Master. Dean, what happened? Asked the Bloody Spearman at this moment. The true martial realm martial artists all gathered. The Dean landed in the garden with an extremely gloomy expression. Follow me to the Border City. After saying that, the Dean's figure flashed and he went to the teleportation formation. The Venerable of the Yellow Spring Sect revived in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm and slaughtered the geniuses of the 3 states. Zhong Jingtao risked his life and took it back through the spatial passage, said the Dean as he flew rapidly. What Venerable of the Yellow Spring Sect? Immediately, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter and they all stepped onto the teleportation formation. In a short while, 7 true martial realm martial artists appeared in the Border City at the same time, causing a commotion. What a terrifying aura. Are the 7 of them all at the peak of the Spirit Vortex realm? Are you stupid? Even true martial realm martial artists can't tell. What 7 true martial realm martial artists? They came together. Is something big going to happen in our Border City? Heavens, 7 true martial realm martial artists appeared at once. Including the one from before, 8 true martial realm martial artists have gathered. What's going on? The Border City instantly became lively. Countless martial artists were shocked. Chapter 809. Zhong Jingtao already knew when the 7 real martial realm cultivators came to the border city. Zhong Jingtao sent a message to the dean. The dean and the others instantly came to the courtyard where Zhong Jingtao was resting. When they saw more than 30 miserable martial artists, their faces were gloomy. Zhong Jingtao, what happened? The dean asked as soon as he came in. These 7 people represented the top combat power of the 5-element state. Dean, Holy Masters, Zhong Jingtao cupped his hands and greeted them. The 7 of them realized that Zhong Jingtao had advanced to the real martial realm, but they were not in the mood to ask. We were looking for opportunities in the Sky Void secret realm, but a venerable from the Yellow Spring sect suddenly appeared and slaughtered us. Zhong Jingtao explained the situation in detail to the 7 real martial realm cultivators. After the 7 of them heard this, they fell into silence. After a long while, the dean said, "The venerable from the Yellow Spring sect is extremely powerful. You were lucky to be able to escape. What about the others?" The Bloody Spear man asked. The other real martial realm cultivators also looked at Zhong Jingtao in confusion. Zhong Jingtao's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "The venerable from the Yellow Spring sect kept slaughtering the martial artists from the 3 states. The others are all dead. What about Fang Chen and Star and Moon?" Elder Han asked hurriedly. "Fang Chen and Star and Moon are nowhere to be found. We don't know if they are alive or dead," Zhong Jingtao said. After hearing Zhong Jingtao's words, the 7 of them looked at each other. "We can't enter the Sky Void secret realm, and the venerable from the Yellow Spring sect has been in there. We can't do anything to him," the Bloody Spear man said. Just as the dean was about to speak, a vast aura suddenly came. "Our distinguished guests are here," the dean said as he looked up. "Wu Yun, what happened?" Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the border city. In an instant, 9 real martial realm cultivators appeared in the courtyard. They came from Tianju and were the top combat power of Tianju. The leader was the strongest cultivator in Tianju. His status in Tianju was equal to the dean of the 5 Elements Academy. "Old Mo, you came quickly," Dean Wu Yun said with a smile. Old Ghost Mo had also received the news and hurried over. "She, what happened?" Old Mo asked in a deep voice. She was a genius martial artist from Tianju. She was the strongest among the Tianju martial artists present. "Lord, we are in the Sky Void secret realm." After she explained what had happened, the 9 real martial realm cultivators, including Old Mo and Old Mo, were all furious. How dare they killed the venerable from Tianju? How dare they dare to the realm's realm? Heavenses! The venerables from Tianju realm were the venerables. Elders couldn't said elders realm was the realm was realm. Only was left. The losses this time were too heavy. The Lord Mo, I don't think the venerate of the Yellow Spring sect will be in the Heavenly Void secret dimension forever. We need to discuss a countermeasure, said a person behind Old Ghost Mo. Old Mo nodded and looked at the dean. The remaining martial artists from the 3 realms all fled to the border city of the 5-element state. 150 geniuses from the 3 realms entered the secret realm and only 30 of them escaped. The loss made the 3 realms furious. Not long after the true martial realm cultivators from Tianju arrived, the true martial realm cultivators from Demon State also arrived. This time, only one person from Demon State came. It was Ancestor Hei Mo from Demon State. His aura was very strong. None of the true martial realm cultivators present could defeat him. When Ancestor Hei Mo heard the news, he was furious. However, there was nothing they could do about what happened in the Sky Void secret realm. In the end, the true martial realm cultivators from the 3 realms held an emergency meeting. This time, the 3 realms suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the revival of the venerables from Tianju realm was a big deal. If the venerables from Tianju realm escaped, they would definitely awaken the sect leader and the other venerables. The consequences would be unimaginable. In the outside world, the leaders of the 3 realms gathered together to discuss countermeasures. In the Sky Void secret realm, on a mountain peak, Tianjiyu King was quietly fighting with his battle saber in his hand. Although there were cracks on the battle saber, His big claws caressed the battle saber intimately as if he was caressing his own child. Tianjiyu King, since I, Tianjiyu King, have regained my freedom, I will make the ancient sword continent that you painstakingly protected in the past my territory. All the martial artists on the ancient sword continent will be my slaves, Tianjiyu King said angrily. Buzz. The battle saber in Tianjiyu King's hand seemed to be responding to his master's words. It let out a buzzing sound. Don't worry. I will let your name shock the ancient sword continent again. Tianjiyu King caressed the battle saber and said to himself. Then, Tianjiyu King held the battle saber in his claws and looked at the vast void. It has been so many years. I am afraid that no one on the ancient sword continent knows about me, Tianjiyu King said to himself. It had been so long that Heaven Bone King had even forgotten his original name. Tianmu. My name is Tianmu. I will let my name shock the ancient sword continent, Tianjiyu King said with a hoarse voice. At this moment, a black figure shot over. Lord Tianjiyu King, I have completed the task you gave me, Adversity Knight said with his hands cupped together. Very good. We just need to wait, Tianjiyu King said. Lord Tianjiyu King, why don't you leave the Sky Void secret realm directly? Adversity Knight was a little confused and asked. When Tianjiyu King fell, his body scattered in the Sky Void secret realm and filled the entire space. If I am unable to accept his inheritance, I will not be able to leave here, Tianjiyu King said in a deep voice. Adversity Knight nodded and did not say anything else. At this moment, in the palace. After half a month of comprehension, Hei Tai was the first to wake up. The aura around him was strong and his cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 true martial realm. Obviously, he had gained a lot from comprehending the inheritance this time. Hei Tai's eyes were dull as he stood quietly. Beside him, Lin Lu was also waiting quietly. The two of them were still under Tianjiyu King's control. The third to wake up was Star and Moon. Her body was surrounded by the Black Yin True Intent and her aura was getting stronger. Star and Moon opened her eyes. She was a little disappointed that she did not receive Tianjiyu King's inheritance. However, her cultivation had increased a lot and she had reached the middle stage of LV2 True Martial Realm. The Black Yin True Intent and Black Yin Evil Body are becoming more compatible, Star and Moon muttered to herself. She stood up and looked at the two dull people. Then, she turned to look at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by a dense aura. In his mind, countless pieces of information filled the air. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that he had entered a dream. In the dream, he saw an old man standing quietly in front of him. You are here. The old man smiled at him. Then, his body flashed and he disappeared into the void. Fang Chen tried to sense the old man carefully but could not find him. With a swoosh, the old man appeared in front of Fang Chen without any warning. Fang Chen was shocked. He was comprehending Tianjiyu King's inheritance. When he saw the old man's action, his mind shook and he instantly understood. The true intent of the void. Was this the true intent of the void? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His face was full of excitement. The most important inheritance of Tianjiyu King was the true intent of the void. The true intent of the void was definitely a superior true intent among the many true intents. After comprehending for half a month, Fang Chen still had no clue about the true intent of the void. However, after seeing the old man display the true intent of the void, Fang Chen fell into an epiphany. In an instant, Fang Chen exited the dream. The void around him flickered. His real body gradually disappeared in the eyes of Star and Moon. Brother Chen. Seeing Fang Chen disappear, Star and Moon called out worriedly. She released the aura of the true martial realm to sense Fang Chen. However, she did not find anything. She was very surprised. Hiss. The void was in chaos. Fang Chen's body gradually revealed itself. Just like that, it went back and forth countless times. Finally, after revealing his real body, the void around Fang Chen completely stabilized. Crash. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. At the same time, the statue in the palace shattered and turned into rays of flickering void light that drilled into Fang Chen's body. True intent of the void. Fang Chen could not believe that he had actually comprehended the true intent of the void. With a thought, Fang Chen's body instantly entered the void. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared again. Can you find me? Fang Chen asked. Brother Chen, did you break through? Why couldn't I sense you at all when you were hiding? Star and Moon asked curiously. Fang Chen was very excited when he heard this. He was very sure that he had indeed comprehended the true intent of the void. Of course, this also meant that he had completely accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. The inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is really domineering. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. After receiving the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. His current combat strength was probably comparable to Lin Lu's. However, his cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He had not broken through. You received the inheritance? Star and Moon asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded and said, I was lucky to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. That's great. Brother Chen, did the Heavenly Void King leave any tricks behind? Star and Moon asked hurriedly. They were facing a great enemy. If they did not have a good plan, they might die here. Fang Chen nodded and then walked in front of He Tai and Lin Lu. He said, save them first. After that, Fang Chen used the golden heart to remove the soul control. After He Tai and Lin Lu regained consciousness, their faces were full of excited smiles. Thank you. Although they were very reluctant, they had to admit that without Fang Chen's help, they would have continued to be the slaves of the Heavenly Bone King. The Heavenly Bone King is waiting for us outside. I suspect that the Heavenly Bone King wants to use the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to leave this place. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? He Tai asked. I can use the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to open the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. But in that case, the Heavenly Bone King will definitely leave this place. Fang Chen said. Chapter 8:10. Fang Chen's meaning was obvious. He was worried that Tianjiyu King would slaughter the martial artists on the ancient sword continent. Fang Chen, I know what you're worried about. We have no other choice, He Tai said. Yes, and it's impossible for Tianjiyu King to do whatever he wants in the ancient sword continent, Lin Lu said. He Tai nodded in agreement. I heard that there's a supreme elder in the demon state who seems to have reached the quasi-king realm. He has been in seclusion for hundreds of years and no one knows if he's dead or alive. If the ancient sword continent is in danger, he won't just stand by and watch, He Tai said. There's also a quasi-king realm cultivator in the Tianju, Lin Lu said. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that his understanding of the ancient sword continent was still limited to the 5 Elements Academy. Yes, the 3 states had existed in the ancient sword continent for so long. How could they not have any foundation? There might not be a mystic king realm cultivator, but there were still quasi-king realm cultivators. However, when Fang Chen was in the 5 Elements state, he had been in the 5 Elements Academy. He did not know anything about the ancient sword continent, so he did not know. After hearing He Tai and Lin Lu's words, Fang Chen made a decision to leave the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. If that's the case, I'll open the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. Be careful, Fang Chen said. Brother Chen, be careful. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the center of the palace. Then, he used the Heavenly Void King's inheritance to open the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, Tianjiyu King was holding a saber and discussing something with Adept Disaster. Suddenly, the Heavenly Void Secret Realm shook. What's going on? Adept Disaster asked in surprise. Among the 4 of them, one of them obtained the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, Tianjiyu King said. Just as Tianjiyu King was speaking, a beam of light shot through the sky. At this moment, Tianjiyu King's expression changed slightly. He said angrily, damn it, they tried to escape. After saying that, Tianjiyu King reached out his claw and grabbed the beam of light. Whoosh 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 3 black shadows left the Heavenly Void Secret Realm through the beam of light. Just as Fang Chen entered the light beam, it suddenly trembled. The next moment, Skybone King's huge claw crushed the light beam. Courting death. Skybone King roared. Poochie Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure instantly disappeared. When the light beam shattered, a gap appeared in the sky. Skybone King grabbed Calamity Knight's body and entered the gap. In the outside world, 5 Elements Province, on the wasteland outside the border city. A deafening sound rang out. The true martial realm cultivators in the border city all looked into the distance. The Heavenly Void Mystery Land has opened. Could it be that the Venerables of the Netherworld sect have come out? The Dean asked in a deep voice. Let's go. Many true martial realm cultivators quickly flew away. Bunga Gap appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Void secret realm. Immediately, 3 figures flew out and landed on the desolate plain. They were in a sorry state. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a real martial realm giant appeared. Yes, Lin Lu. He's not dead. Old Man Mo was ecstatic when he saw Lin Lu. Old Ancestor Hei Mo was also very excited when he saw Hei Tai. Star and Moon is still alive. Dean Wuyun shouted. Many true martial realm giants landed on the plain. Seeing this, the 3 of them were overjoyed. True martial realm. Everyone instantly realized that the 3 of them had stepped into the true martial realm. Hei Tai, are you okay? Old Ancestor Hei Mo called Hei Tai to his side and asked. Hei Tai shook his head and said, Old Ancestor, there was a quasi-king realm cultivator in the Heavenly Void secret realm who controlled our souls. Fortunately, Fang Chen saved us. That's right. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, we wouldn't have been able to leave the Heavenly Void secret realm safely. Lin Lu nodded. Old Man Mo and Old Ancestor Hei Mo didn't know who Fang Chen was, but the Dean knew. Where is Fang Chen? Dean Wuyun asked hurriedly. When Brother Chen sent us out, he was attacked by that quasi-king realm cultivator. We don't know if he's still alive. Star and Moon said with a depressed expression. Quasi-king realm cultivator. Could it be the enemy of the Heavenly Void King? Rumble, just as everyone was talking, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. Fang Chen's body flew out. He spat out blood and fell unconscious. Fang Chen. Seeing this, the true martial realm cultivators of the 5 Elements state came to Fang Chen's side to check on Fang Chen's condition. Crack. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a vast aura instantly filled the place. Then, a tiger-type demonic beast that was dozens of feet tall stepped out. Its big claws held a battle sword and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty aura. Ancient Sword Continent, I'm here. Tian Jiyu King stood on the wasteland and laughed. Quasi-King Realm Cultivator. Many true martial realm cultivators were shocked when they sensed Tian Jiyu King's aura. Including Zhong Jingtao and Star and Moon, the 5 Element state had 9 true martial realm cultivators. The Tianju state and Lin Lu had 10 true martial realm cultivators. As for the demon state, only Old Ancestor Hei Mo and Hei Tai had come. As for the other true martial realm cultivators, they did not come. Altogether, 21 true martial realm cultivators were already considered 70% of the high-end combat power of the ancient sword continent. Facing the quasi-king Tian Jiyu King, their hearts trembled. You ants, submit to me. Tian Jiyu King laughed sinisterly. Attack together. Old Ancestor Hei Mo roared. At this critical moment of life and death, no one held back. The 21 true martial realm cultivators launched a tyrannical attack to besiege Tian Jiyu King. Tian Jiyu King's claws held the battle sword and swept it across. Suddenly, a vast aura spread out. Bang! Bang! The true martial realm cultivators who were hit by Tian Jiyu King's battle instantly flew out. Too strong. Dean Wuyun's face was gloomy. Boom! Tian Jiyu King's battle sword finally bombarded the ground. Suddenly, the wasteland was directly cut open. A mountain peak in the distance instantly turned into powder. This was the combat power of a quasi-king expert. It was too strong. Old Ancestor Hei Mo and the others were no match for it. Ants, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me or die. Tian Jiyu King's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly. Old Devil Mo, Old Ancestor Hei Mo and Dean Wuyun looked at each other and then shook their heads. They would rather die than submit. In that case, all of you can die, Tianjiyu King said. Boom. Tianjiyu King's battle sword slashed down fiercely. The void was cut open. The power of heaven and earth instantly dissipated. The martial artists in the border city could feel their hearts palpitating. The combat power of a quasi-king expert was too terrifying. He could destroy a city with a wave of his hand. More than 20 true martial realm cultivators present were no match for Tianjiyu King. Not good. Seeing this, many true martial realm cultivators retreated and shouted, "Not good." Tianjiyu King's battle sword slashed down and appeared above Fang Chen. Brother Chen. Star and Moon discovered Fang Chen, who was unconscious, and shouted. He stepped forward bravely, ready to save Fang Chen. Fang Chen. The true martial realm cultivators of the five-element state had retreated far away. However, at this moment, they all moved out to protect Fang Chen. They, Old Ancestor Hei Mo and Old Devil Mo, were also a little surprised. What ability did Fang Chen have to make Wu Yun so crazy? All of you can die. Tianjiyu King's battle sword slashed down. The majestic aura evaporated the surrounding air. Everyone was about to be slashed by the battle sword. Tianjiyu King's eyes were filled with arrogance. Whoosh. At this moment, a stream of light came from an extremely distant place. This stream of light tore through the void and appeared above the wilderness. A faint smile appeared on Patriarch Black Demon's face when he saw the streak of light appear. The Supreme Elder of the demon state had finally arrived. The means of a quasi-king expert were unimaginable. He came from the demon state and blocked Tianjiyu King's battle sword with just a stream of light. Tianmu, long time no see. You have turned into a demonic beast. The stream of light blocked Tianjiyu King's battle sword and then dissipated. A huge head appeared in the void. Old man, you are really lucky, Tianjiyu King said coldly when he saw the head in the void. What? He is Tianmu. When they heard the name Tianmu, many true martial realm experts turned pale with fright. Star and Moon and the others were puzzled. Who was Tianmu? Why did so many true martial realm cultivators turn pale? Tianmu, you betrayed the human race in a fit of anger. I did not expect you to turn into a demonic beast now. The head in the void continued. Humph, the human race betrayed me first. I, Tianmu, swore that from then on, I would not be part of the human race. Tianjiyu King said in a deep voice. He would rather be a beast than a human. Chapter 8:11. It was better to be a beast than a human. Back then, Tianmu's name had shaken the ancient sword continent. Now, she had become the executioner of the ancient sword continent. You want to stop me? Skybone King stared at the head in the sky and said coldly. The head's eyes flickered and said, although my true body is not here and I can't stop you, it's impossible for you to kill the humans in front of me. The head was a quasi-king level expert from the demon continent. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. For the sake of the ancient sword continent's safety, he had come out of seclusion. The means of a quasi-king level expert were unimaginable. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. For example, it was impossible for ordinary true martial realm experts to project across the continent. Even the top true martial realm experts in the 3 continents might not be able to do it. A quasi-king level expert could easily do it. Skybone King looked around and his eyes flickered. At this moment, Calamity Lord, who was behind him, said in a low voice, Lord Skybone King, the quasi-king level expert of the ancient sword continent has his eyes on you. It will be difficult for you to make a move. Why don't we leave first? Okay. Skybone King glanced at Calamity Lord and said, the humans have a strong foundation. Once the war starts, those old farts of the human race will definitely come out. At that time, I'm afraid even you will not be able to fight against the humans. The only thing we can do now is to leave first. When I find the sect master and he revives, he will join forces with Lord Skybone King to destroy the entire ancient sword continent. Calamity Lord said in a low voice. Skybone King's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. However, after making the decision, Skybone King looked at Fang Chen, who was lying on the ground. This boy had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly Void King. He did not want to see a second heavenly Void King rise. Therefore, this boy had to die. Boom! Suddenly, Skybone King's battle saber slashed at Fang Chen. Seeing this, the true martial realm experts of the five-element state all made their moves. Shen-Tian formation. Grandmaster Danqing roared and set up a powerful Dao formation. It instantly enveloped Fang Chen. At the same time, the bone weapon Saint Master took out his battle companion. It was also a Dao-grade weapon. Light flowed around the weapon, and its aura was terrifying. As for Saint Sovereign Shenlong, he took out a Dao-level talisman and waited. Save Fang Chen at all cost. Elder Han roared. The bloody spearman held a blood spear in his hand and took the lead to charge straight at the heavenly Bone King's saber. A vast aura surged out from Dean Wuyun's palm. This aura contained an extremely boundless and formless aura. Stop him. The true martial realm experts of the five-element state all made their moves. Crack the bloody spearman's long spear was the first to come into contact with Sky Bone King's battle saber. With a cracking sound, the bloody spearman's long spear instantly broke apart, and the latter was also sent flying by the battle saber. At the same time, the bone weapon Saint Master's Dao-level weapon also instantly rushed over. It was to no avail. There was simply no way to resist. In the end, the saber was invincible and bombarded the Shen-Tian formation. Dong! The entire ground trembled. The Shen-Tian formation was unable to resist the attack of the battle saber and was on the verge of shattering. Tian Mu, stop it. In the sky, the void head let out a low roar. A ray of light shot out and instantly destroyed Sky Bone King's battle saber. Then, a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Tian Mu, how dare you betray the human race? You shall be killed. At this moment, a furious roar came from the direction of the Tianju state. Then, a projection from across the state appeared instantly. A quasi-king realm expert appeared. The two void heads in the sky stared at Skybone King. Two old farts, one day, the ancient swordland will become my territory. After saying that, Skybone King's body flashed and disappeared from the wasteland with the woeful sage. The two quasi-king realm experts did not chase after Skybone King because their true bodies had not arrived. It was impossible for them to catch up with Skybone King. Many of the true martial realm experts below were also shocked. They did not expect such an incident to happen in the heavenly void mystery land. Even two quasi-king realm experts, who had not appeared for a long time, had appeared. The ancient swordland will face its greatest crisis. All martial artists from the various states quickly go back and prepare for a battle. Just as everyone was shocked, the void head spoke. Hearing that, old ancestor Hei Mo led Hei Tai to bid farewell to the crowd and returned to the demon state. Old man Mo from the Tianju state also led a few true martial realm experts and left. In the end, only the true martial realm experts from the Tianju state were left in the wasteland. Dean, how is Fang Chen's injury? Elder Han asked hurriedly. The dean checked Fang Chen's body and felt that his life was not in danger. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, his life is not in danger. Let's go back to the Five Elements Academy first. Then, the group left the border city and returned to the Five Elements Academy. This incident engulfed the entire ancient swordland. The true martial realm experts from the three states were all deployed to prevent the counterattack of the Tan Stock network. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen was arranged to stay at the Moon Peak and was looked after by Star and Moon. The other true martial realm experts went to the main peak of the Five Elements Peak to discuss how to deal with the Skybone King. A few days later, Fang Chen woke up leisurely. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he saw Star and Moon's beautiful face. You are. Fang Chen wanted to reach out and touch Star and Moon's face, but he realized that his arm was in pain and his body was weak. He could not raise his hand at all. Brother Chen, you are seriously injured. Don't move. Star and Moon was very emotional when she saw Fang Chen wake up. Fang Chen nodded and then asked, where is this? This is the Five Elements Academy. That day, you used the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to send the three of us out. However, You were attacked by the Skybone King and almost died. Star and Moon said. Then how did I come back? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Then, Star and Moon told Fang Chen everything about the Skybone King killing his way out of the Heavenly Void secret realm, the true martial realm experts from the 3 states gathering in the wilderness outside the border city, and the 2 Quasi-King experts' projections crossing the state and scaring away the Skybone King. After Fang Chen heard it, he was shocked. He did not expect that there were Quasi-King experts hidden in the ancient Swordland, and there were 2 of them. I wonder if there are any Quasi-King experts in the ancient Swordland, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Star and Moon shook her head and said, I heard from the Dean that in the ancient Swordland, there were many schools of thought contending. At that time, there were several Quasi-King experts. However, as time passed, the overall strength of the ancient Swordland has been declining. Moreover, due to the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, it is very difficult for a Quasi-King expert to be born. Over time, Quasi-King experts are considered the peak combat strength in the ancient Swordland now. There were very few Quasi-King experts, let alone Quasi-King experts. If the Skybone King did not appear, perhaps no one would know that Quasi-King experts still existed in the ancient Swordland. Fortunately, 2 Quasi-King experts appeared and scared the Skybone King away. For the time being, the Skybone King should not appear again. Did any Quasi-King experts appear in the 5-element state? Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head. That day, only the Quasi-King experts from the Sky State and the Demon State had sent their projections over. As for the 5-element state, there was no movement. It seems that there are no Quasi-King experts in the 5-element state, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following conversation, Fang Chen learned that the Skybone King was originally a human. However, many years ago, he betrayed the human race and would rather stay in his beast form than to be a human. Tianmu? Fang Chen was puzzled. He was familiar with the history of the ancient Swordland, but he did not know the name Tianmu. I don't know the details, but the 2 Quasi-King experts seemed to know Tianmu, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen nodded. He would ask the Dean about this matter after he recovered from his injuries. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since he received the inheritance of the Heavenly Oasis King and comprehended the true meaning of the void, Fang Chen felt that the Golden Heart was different from before. It seemed to have undergone a transformation. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the Golden Heart had given him a lot of power. For example, his self-healing ability. Although he was seriously injured, Fang Chen's injuries were almost healed not long after he woke up. After another 3 days, Fang Chen finally recovered completely. On this day, all the true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy gathered on the Moon Peak. Fang Chen, are you all right? Grandmaster Danqing asked worriedly when he saw Fang Chen. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands. You brat, you almost died at the hands of the Skybone King, the Bone Weapon Grandmaster said with a dark face. It was not easy to find such an outstanding blacksmith disciple. His talent in blacksmithing was much stronger than that of his eldest disciple, Song Siyong. The Bone Weapon Grandmaster did not want to see anything happen to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, it's good that you're fine, the Dean said as he looked at Fang Chen. They easily discovered that Fang Chen's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He had not stepped into the true martial realm. However, it was not strange. Fang Chen's potential was strong, but he started later than Zhong Jingtao and the others. It was normal that he had not stepped into the true martial realm. Fang Chen was very important in the eyes of many true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy, especially the Dean and Elder Han. They regarded Fang Chen as the most outstanding disciple of the 5 Elements Academy in the past 100 years. He was even a martial artist who could enter that place. After chatting for a while, Fang Chen suddenly asked, Dean, what's going on with the Skybone King? Is he a human? Hearing this, several true martial realm experts looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. Finally, they all looked at the Dean. That's right. Tianmu was once a human, the Dean said. What's the secret? Fang Chen asked. This matter was very important. Tianmu had transformed into the Skybone King and returned to the ancient Sword Continent. He had set off a storm of blood. They could not ignore it. Tianmu was once a genius of the human clan. However, he thought that the human clan had betrayed him. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the human clan and swore to never be a human again, the dean said slowly. Chapter 8:12. In the ancient era, in a glorious era, there were many mystic kings on the ancient Sword Continent. At that time, the ancient Sword Continent was prosperous to the extreme. It was also at that time that two human elites appeared on the continent. These two people were called the two sovereigns of the human race. To be able to obtain this honor, it was enough to see the potential and talent of these two people. The two of them were best friends and had always worked hard to cultivate together. Finally, after experiencing the baptism of time, they both reached the quasi-king realm. At that time, on the ancient Sword Continent, tens of thousands of people respected them. One was respectfully called the Heavenly Void King, while the other was slightly more low-key and was respectfully called Fast Blade Tianmu. At that time, on the ancient Sword Continent, there was a saying that under the Mystic King realm, no one could see the trajectory of Tianmu's blade technique. Even the Heavenly Void King, who was at the peak of his power, could not. However, Tianmu and the Heavenly Void King's strength were on par, and neither could do anything to the other. Originally, the two of them were the most promising elites of the human race to step into the Mystic King realm. However, because of a certain operation, the two of them completely turned against each other, and even directly caused Tianmu to betray the human race and form a deep hatred with the human race. During this operation, Tianmu and the Heavenly Void King met a woman. Tianmu and this woman fell in love at first sight. However, at the final juncture of the mission, this woman's identity was exposed. She was from an enemy faction. At that time, the Heavenly Void King forcefully suppressed this woman and directly crippled her cultivation, wanting to kill her. However, he was stopped by Tianmu. Tianmu fell in love with this woman and wanted his best friend to let this woman go. Her cultivation had already been crippled, and she could not do anything. The Heavenly Void King agreed verbally, but when Tianmu turned around to clean up the battle, the Heavenly Void King killed this woman with a punch. At that time, Tianmu was furious and fought with the Heavenly Void King. In the end, this battle attracted the attention of the Mystic King realm experts. After the Mystic King realm experts appeared and understood the situation, they wanted the two of them to stop. Not only did this not calm Tianmu down, but it also made Tianmu even more crazy. In the end, the Mystic King realm experts had no choice but to act and suppress Tianmu. However, Tianmu found an opportunity to escape. At that time, Tianmu said that he would never be a human race. Later, Tianmu disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Who would have known that the Fast Blade Tianmu was the mastermind behind the death of the Heavenly Void King? And now, Tianmu had completely fallen into madness. He wanted to take over the entire ancient Sword Continent as a sacrifice for his beloved woman. After listening to Tianmu's story, Fang Chen could not help but shake his head. Who would have thought that there were so many things that no one knew about? No wonder everyone looked so helpless when they mentioned Tianmu. Now that Tianmu has disappeared, he must be hiding and looking for an opportunity to start a war, Fang Chen said. With the threat of a quasi-king, Tianmu won't appear anytime soon, the dean said. My only worry is that he's in cahoots with the Netherworld sect, the Bloody Spearman said. That's right. Once they awaken Yellow Spring Sect's sect master, the ancient Sword Continent will be in danger, Elder Han said. I've decided to dispatch disciples to surround and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect in the Five Elements province, said the dean. The Heavenly Void secret land lasted for more than half a year. It ended in such a way, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Tianmu, the genius of the human clan, had become an executioner, constantly slaughtering the human clan's geniuses. The upper echelons of the true martial realm in the three provinces made corresponding arrangements to surround and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. They also sent two quasi-king experts to search for Tianjiyu King's hiding place. Once they found him, they would definitely launch a thunderous attack. The ancient Sword Continent was once prosperous, but after experiencing the Great Calamity, it became riddled with holes. After such a long period of time, the ancient sword continent slowly began to recover. It could not withstand the torment, so no matter what, they could not allow Tianjiu King to find the Yellow Spring Sect's sect master and awaken him. The atmosphere in the ancient sword continent was solemn. All the true martial realm experts were monitoring the land of the various provinces. In the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen had been back for half a month. During this period, Fang Chen had been comprehending. Back then, time was short. He had only accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King and had not completely used it for his own use. In this half a month, Fang Chen had completely mastered the true meaning of the void. Using the true meaning of the void and the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, he had finally mastered the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. The Heavenly Void King was indeed a quasi-king expert. His inheritance had benefited Fang Chen greatly. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was at the peak of LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm. However, his combat power could no longer be measured by cultivation. In the words of the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen was the demon of this era. They had never heard of a LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist who could fight against a LV1 true martial realm martial artist. He was even more demon than the Heavenly Void King. Although Zhong Jingtao and Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm. However, the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy still thought highly of Fang Chen. Not only had he comprehended the true meaning of sword, but he had also comprehended the second true meaning of the void. With two true meanings, there was no barrier to entering the true martial realm. The only thing he lacked was time. In the future, Fang Chen might even surpass the Heavenly Void King and enter the legendary Arcane King realm. Currently, there were no Arcane King realm experts on the ancient sword continent. The three provinces had their own masters. They urgently needed an Arcane King realm expert to unify the situation. Of course, Fang Chen had not entered the true martial realm yet. He was still very far from the Arcane King realm. However, the Five Elements Academy had decided to give Fang Chen the best resources and the best sparring partner. After the unanimous decision of the 7 true martial realm experts, Zhong Jingtao, who was at LV1 true martial realm, would be Fang Chen's sparring partner. Although the 3 provinces entered a state of emergency, Fang Chen and the others had nothing to do. The only time they had was to cultivate. One day, Fang Chen and Zhong Jingtao were fighting on the martial arts stage. This is the 3rd time senior brother Fang and senior brother Zhong have fought. Yes, senior brother Fang is really monstrous. He can fight senior brother Zhong with only the spiritual vortex realm cultivation. In the previous 2 battles, senior brother Fang would always amaze people. I wonder how he will do this time. Below the martial arts stage, many martial artists were talking to themselves. Star and Moon, who were dressed in green, stood on the ground like stars surrounding the moon. Beside them was Lin Yanger, who was dressed in a fiery red dress. The 2 women laughed as they watched the battle on the martial arts stage. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen looked at Zhong Jingtao and said, "Senior brother Zhong, I have comprehended something. I hope senior brother Zhong can teach me." "I dare not teach you," Zhong Jingtao said with a smile. Crash. Entering battle mode, Zhong Jingtao immediately used the true meaning of shadow and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and used the true meaning of the void. The 2 of them have disappeared. Many martial artists were shocked. At this moment, Fang Chen and Zhong Jingtao were fighting in the void. Void destruction / Fang Chen bellowed as he used a move from the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, the void destruction / Suddenly, the hidden star sword slashed down and a vast sword light slashed towards Zhong Jingtao. Bang! Zhong Jingtao raised his fist to block. The sword light dissipated, but his body appeared from the void and landed on the martial arts stage. Then, Fang Chen's body appeared. What's going on? Seeing Fang Chen and Zhong Jingtao standing still, the crowd was puzzled. Only Star and Moon knew that the 2 of them had already fought in the void. The true meaning of shadow had some similarities with the true meaning of the void. It could allow martial artists to hide in the void. However, if the true meaning of the void was the sky, then the true meaning of shadow was the earth. The difference between the 2 was huge. The true meaning of void was one of the top true meanings among the many true meanings. The difference between the true meaning of shadow and the true meaning of void was too big. Junior brother Fang, your true meaning of void is very powerful. Even Zhong Jingtao could not help but be impressed. In front of the true meaning of void, his true meaning of shadow was useless. Senior brother Zhong, you don't have to be humble. The true meaning of shadow also has its own uniqueness, Fang Chen said. His face was full of smiles. He had finally mastered the void destruction slash. This move was not originally a sword technique, but Fang Chen used the true meaning of void to improve it and turned it into a sword move. Using the hidden star sword, the power was actually comparable to the unimproved void destruction slash. Fang Chen was very satisfied. If he used his full strength now, he could definitely fight with Zhong Jingtao. Of course, Fang Chen knew his own limits. Being able to fight with a real martial arts realm elite did not mean that he could defeat them. A real martial arts realm elite could merge with the heavens and earth during battle and mobilize the power of the heavens and earth. If he wanted to defeat a real martial arts realm elite, he would have to be extremely powerful and suppress them directly. Otherwise, with his spiritual whirlpool realm cultivation, he had no hope of defeating them. Junior brother Fang, I have a feeling that when you step into the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, I am afraid that I will not be your opponent, Zhong Jingtao said with a bitter smile. The former number 1 elite of the 5 Elements Academy's power tablet could not do anything against Fang Chen, a rising star. Junior brother Fang, with your strength, why don't you go through the sky gate? Zhong Jingtao asked. He and the star and moon had both passed through the sky gate and benefited from it. Originally, after returning from the Sky Void Mystery Land, he was prepared to pass the sky gate again. However, he realized that real martial arts realm elites could not enter the sky gate. In other words, if he wanted to pass the sky gate, he had to be in the spiritual whirlpool realm. This made Zhong Jingtao very puzzled. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. That's right, when he had passed the 3rd gate, there were still 2 more gates that he had not passed. I wonder what is at the end of the sky gate, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he jumped down from the martial arts practice platform and came to the side of the star and moon. He said, You go back to the moon peak first. I will come and find you when I am done. Chapter 8:13. Fang Chen jumped off the cliff when he arrived at the sky pass. Then, he saw the sky pass peak. The artifact spirit appeared and smiled at Fang Chen. Little guy, you're here again. Senior, I want to pass the sky pass, Fang Chen said. You've passed the 3rd pass. I'll send you to the 4th pass. The artifact spirit sent Fang Chen to the 4th pass. At the moment, Fang Chen had appeared on a huge vine leaf. The surface area of this vine leaf was definitely much larger than the 5-element prefecture. This is the 4th pass, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Crash. As expected, the demi-beast man appeared and smiled at Fang Chen. Kid, you're finally here. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands at the demi-beast man. If Fang Chen guessed correctly, the test of this pass was to defeat the demi-beast man. As expected, the demi-beast man said, My cultivation will be suppressed to the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only enter the 5th pass if you defeat me. Fang Chen nodded and attacked. With Fang Chen's current cultivation, it was easy to defeat the demi-beast man at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! Bang! The sword light from the hidden star sword bombarded the demi-beast man's body. Instantly, the demi-beast man's body was pushed back. Countless sword marks appeared on his body. The demi-beast man stabilized his body and stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he sighed. You passed. Then, the demi-beast man disappeared. Fang Chen entered the 5th pass, which was also the last pass of the Sky Pass peak. I'm finally at the last pass. Fang Chen grinned. The demi-beast man appeared again. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Kid, your strength has increased a lot. But the 5th pass is not easy, the demi-beast man said. Senior, how was your strength in the 5th trial? Asked Fang Chen. For the 5th test, my cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of LV1 of the genuine martial realm. Of course, You won't be able to pass the 5th test just by defeating me. The half-beast man laughed. Oh, what other conditions? Fang Chen asked. Other than defeating me, there is a second condition, and that is to comprehend a second true meaning, the half-beast said. Fang Chen was startled hearing this. Seeing this, the beast man shook his head slightly and sighed, "Don't be discouraged. You are the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. In time, you will definitely be able to comprehend the second true intent." From the demi-human's point of view, it was impossible for Fang Chen to comprehend a second true intent at such a young age. Unless he was a peerless genius. Of course, as a half-beast man, he had seen too many geniuses. However, there were too few geniuses who could be called a peerless genius. Every peerless monster would be fought over by various major forces. Once the half-orc woke up from his memories and shook his head slightly. While Fang Chen looked at the half-beast man and his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the half-beast man carefully sensed. What's going on? The half-beast man actually couldn't sense Fang Chen's existence. Could it be that he retreated? The half-beast man muttered to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen appeared once again. You. The half-beast man was shocked. He instantly thought of something and looked at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. This is the true meaning of shadows, the half-beast man asked in shock. The half-beast man didn't dare to imagine that Fang Chen had comprehended the true meaning of void, so he asked this question. Senior, this junior hasn't comprehended the true meaning of shadows, Fang Chen said with a smile. Then, the half-beast man asked with a grave expression. The true meaning of void. What? It really is the true meaning of void. At this moment, the half-beast man's expression was completely grave. He wasn't even 30 years old, but he had comprehended the true meaning of void. Was he a peerless genius? After a long time, the half-beast man's face was filled with excitement. A peerless genius, he was definitely a peerless genius. Even in the outer realms, such a peerless genius would be fought over by large powers. He hadn't expected that after being here for so many years, he would actually encounter such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, the true meaning of void is too amazing. He actually comprehended the true meaning of void. The half-beast man was very excited and laughed heartily. The half-beast man waved his hand and the item spirit immediately appeared. Why did you summon me? Asked the item spirit. The item spirit was the spirit of the heaven-piercing peak. It could see everything within the heaven-piercing peak, but it couldn't see the situation within the 5 checkpoints. Now that it was summoned by the half-beast man, the item spirit was a bit puzzled. Old fellow. The half-beast man excitedly called out, did you know that this brat in front of you has comprehended a second true meaning? Yes. At such a young age, he can be considered a genius. The item spirit had followed the heaven-piercing peak's master and had seen many things. To be called a genius by it was already very good. Do you know what his second true meaning is? The half-beast man directly asked. What true meaning has made you so excited? Asked the item spirit. The true meaning of void, said the half-beast man. The item spirit slightly nodded. Not bad. However, when it finished speaking, it suddenly felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, what? You said he comprehended the true meaning of void and not the true meaning of illusion and reality. The item spirit had thought that Fang Chen had comprehended the true meaning of illusion and reality, so it didn't have much of a reaction. The true meaning of illusion and reality was only one word different from the true meaning of void, but they were worlds apart. Yes, it is the true meaning of void, said the half-beast man. At this moment, Fang Chen could feel the item spirit's fiery gaze. Brat, you comprehended the true meaning of void? Asked the item spirit hurriedly. Fang Chen nodded and then displayed the true meaning of void. I couldn't sense it. It really is the true meaning of void, said the item spirit excitedly. Fang Chen appeared and looked at the item spirit. Senior, there's no need to be so excited about just the true meaning of void. Brat, what do you know? The item spirit glared at Fang Chen. The half-beast man was also a bit speechless. This brat didn't even know what to say. True meanings are divided into high, middle, and low grades. High grade is the strongest, middle grade is the second, and low grade is the weakest, explained the item spirit. The true meaning of sword you comprehended is a middle grade true meaning. True meaning grades. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard that true meanings were divided into grades. Moreover, it was high, middle, and low grades. If the true meaning of sword is middle grade, then could the true meaning of void be high grade? Asked Fang Chen doubtfully. Stupid, said the item spirit. The half-beast man also shook his head slightly. Brat, you're underestimating the true meaning of void. Actually, high, middle, and low grades are just a division of the world. In the eyes of a true almighty, above high grade, there is a supreme grade. And your true meaning of void is a supreme grade true meaning, said the half-beast man. A supreme grade true meaning was a true meaning above high grade true meanings. At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized how extraordinary the true meaning of void was. The true meaning of void is so strong, asked Fang Chen doubtfully. Brat, geniuses who can comprehend the true meaning of void are 1 in 10,000. Even in the outer realms, if they were discovered, they would be fought over, said the item spirit. To comprehend the true meaning of void, your future accomplishments will be very high, said the half-beast man. Why hasn't the Heaven Void King stepped into the profound king realm? Muttered Fang Chen. The Heaven Void King had also comprehended the true meaning of void, but he had stopped at the quasi-king realm. Brat, I don't know who this Heaven Void King is, but I can tell you that to comprehend the true meaning of void, if you don't have the guidance of an almighty, relying on your own strength, you will definitely take a wrong path. The half-beast man continued, once you take a wrong path, the true meaning of void will distort and lose its original power. I think the Heaven Void King you speak of should be such a person. Although the true meaning of void was a transcendent true meaning, it still required the guidance of a master. After learning that Fang Chen possessed the true meaning of void, the item spirit and the half-beast man's attitude toward Fang Chen completely changed. Brat, hurry up and increase your strength. Once you pass the 5th trial, you'll have unexpected gains. The half-beast man grinned. Brat, your current strength isn't enough to pass the 5th trial. I'll give you some advice. Before you pass the 5th trial, give up on cultivating the true meaning of void. Don't try to wash your face, warned the item spirit solemnly. Because the true meaning of void was a transcendent true meaning, its variability was too great. The slightest mistake could destroy the true meaning of void, turning it into an ordinary true meaning. Of course, if used properly, it might even evolve into an even more powerful true meaning of space-time. This was too profound, and the current Fang Chen was unable to understand it. Even if he said it, it would be useless. In any case, before Fang Chen left the Heavens Pass, the half-beast man and the item spirit repeatedly warned Fang Chen not to cultivate the true meaning of void. In the end, Fang Chen left the Heavens Pass. In the Heavens Pass peak, 2 people stood on a leaf. One was the item spirit, and the other was the half-beast man. Just thinking about it makes me excited. To actually encounter a martial artist with the true meaning of void in such a remote place, said the half-beast man excitedly. Yes, such a peerless monster is destined to be extraordinary in the future. I hope he can pass the 5th trial as soon as possible, muttered the item spirit as he looked at the distant horizon. In a certain forbidden land of the ancient sword continent. Are you sure your sect master is here? Asked the Skybone King coldly with a fierce glint in his eyes. The Adept of Calamity nodded and said, I can sense that our sect master is sleeping here. The Adept of Calamity was one of the 3 great adepts of the Yellow Spring sect. His cultivation was also at the true martial realm. By using the special method of the Yellow Spring sect, he could sense where the sect master was sleeping. The sect master of the Yellow Spring sect had extraordinary means. In the battle back then, everyone thought he had died in battle. However, no one knew that he had only fallen into a deep sleep. As long as he was awakened at the right time, he would come back to life. However, this process was a little difficult. Fortunately, with the help of the Skybone King, the Adept of Calamity was very confident. Lord Skybone King, I know what you are thinking. When the sect master wakes up, the 2 of you can join forces. Let alone 2 quasi-kings, even if 2 more quasi-kings come, there is nothing to be afraid of. At that time, the entire ancient sword continent will be yours, Lord Skybone King, said the Adept of Calamity. The current ancient sword continent is no longer the ancient sword continent of the past. It is extremely weak and doesn't even have a mystic king expert. What a joke, said the Skybone King loudly. The Adept of Calamity and the Skybone King entered the Forbidden Land one after another. As for the outside world, the elite martial artists of the three major prefectures were all cultivating desperately. Fang Chen returned from the Heaven Pass and was very shocked. The classification of true meanings was something he had never come into contact with before. Especially when he found out that his true meaning of void was a supreme true meaning, he was even more shocked. Could it be that the Heaven Pass peak came from outside the region? Fang Chen guessed. Chapter 8:14. If the item spirit hadn't told the half-beast man, Fang Chen wouldn't have known that the true meaning of void he had comprehended was actually a transcendent true meaning. With a transcendent true meaning, stepping into the profound king realm is only a matter of time. Could it be that the Heaven Void King really did distort the true meaning of void, muttered Fang Chen. The reason he had been able to comprehend the true meaning of void was because of the Heaven Void King's inheritance. Without the Heaven Void King's inheritance, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true meaning of void. Fang Chen pondered for a moment but was unable to figure it out. Soon after, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He arrived at the moon peak. At this time, Lin Yanger and Star and Moon were chatting. "You called Fang Chen. Brother Chen." Seeing Fang Chen, Star and Moon revealed a happy smile. When Elder Han learned that Fang Chen had come out of the Heaven Pass, he hastily summoned Fang Chen to his mountain peak to ask him about the details. "Did you pass the Heaven Pass?" asked Elder Han as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. "Not yet." "Then how did you come out?" asked Elder Han. "I passed the fourth trial," Fang Chen said simply. Then he changed the topic. "Elder Han, how has the Five Elements province been recently?" Elder Han shook his head. "Within the Five Elements province, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are becoming more and more active. I've already sent some disciples to annihilate them." Seeing that Fang Chen was about to say something, Elder Han directly stopped him. "There's no need for you to go out. Cultivate properly and try to enter the true martial realm as soon as possible." Fang Chen didn't say anything else. In the following time, other than cultivating, Fang Chen spent his time with Star and Moon. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck and he was unable to break through. On this day, Fang Chen came to the Saint Sovereign Xianlong. "Fang Chen, what are you doing here?" asked the Saint Sovereign Xianlong when he saw Fang Chen. Behind Saint Sovereign Xianlong, the Shenyuan siblings quietly stood. "Brother Fang, you're amazing." Shenyuan Feng smiled. He had long heard of Fang Chen's deeds. "Saint Master Xianlong, I'm here to give you an opportunity," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Give me an opportunity." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Saint Sovereign Xianlong was a little surprised. If an ordinary person had said such words, Saint Sovereign Xianlong would have already chased them away. However, the person who spoke was Fang Chen. He was very curious about what Fang Chen was going to give him. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist actually dared to boast that he would give a true martial realm martial artist an opportunity. Fang Chen glanced at the Shenyuan siblings, and the two of them left the hall, leaving only Saint Sovereign Xianlong behind. "Fang Chen, what opportunity are you giving me? Why are you being so mysterious?" asked Saint Sovereign Xianlong Huala. Fang Chen flipped his palm and a yellowed book appeared in Fang Chen's hand. "Saint Sovereign Xianlong, this book is for you," said Fang Chen. Saint Sovereign Xianlong took the yellowed book and began to read it. At the start, Saint Sovereign Xuanlong's expression was calm. However, when he saw the words on the yellowed book, he was a little surprised. Nevertheless, after he flipped through it for a while, an excited look appeared on his face. One could only imagine how important this yellowed book was to the sacred master Xianlong since it was able to make him so excited. "Fang Chen, where did you get this?" Saint Sovereign Xianlong held the yellowed book and excitedly called out. "The Heavenly Void Secret Realm. One of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King, the Dharmaraja's inheritance." Fang Chen didn't hide anything. "Ha ha ha, the Dharmaraja's inheritance. It's actually the Dharmaraja's inheritance. With this talisman master's Tao, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck in talismans. Saint Sovereign Shenlong was wild with joy. The talisman master's Tao was the lifetime work of the Dharmaraja, one of the 8 kings under the heavenly Void King. This book was simply the strongest treasure in the eyes of a talisman master. Unexpectedly, when Fang Chen said that he would give him a fortuitous encounter, he actually gave him such a great gift. Fang Chen, the gift you've given me is too precious. Saint Sovereign Shenlong was incomparably excited. He did his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he quickly spoke. The talisman master's Tao is useless to me. I might as well give it to you, Saint Sovereign, said Fang Chen. Saint Sovereign Shenlong didn't decline. He put away the talisman master's Tao and said, Fang Chen, you've helped me so much. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. Fang Chen shook his head. Saint Sovereign Shenlong had treated him pretty well. It was just a book. Furthermore, this talisman master's Tao would only flourish in the hands of Saint Sovereign Shenlong. After Fang Chen gave the talisman master's Tao to Saint Sovereign Shenlong, he went to the bone weapon Saint Sovereign's mountain peak. Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Brat, why have you come to my place? Laughed the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Master, I want to raise my weapon to the Tao level. Is that possible? Asked Fang Chen. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign's eyes flickered. If you want to raise your sword to the Tao level, you'll need a lot of materials. What kind of materials do you need? Asked Fang Chen. I'll give you a detailed list of materials. These materials can all be bought with spirit stones. Do you have enough spirit stones? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Roughly how many spirit stones do you need? 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he felt a little helpless. He did have spirit stones, but he only had 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He was still lacking 200 million. Master, I'm still lacking a bit. Once I have enough spirit stones, I'll come find you, said Fang Chen. Ha ha ha. Just at this moment, a wild laugh rang out. Then Saint Sovereign Shenlong appeared. Shenlong, why have you come to my place? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Of course it's for your disciple. Saint Sovereign Shenlong beamed. Oh. What are you planning on doing with my disciple? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Fang Chen, I just heard that you're lacking spirit stones. Saint Sovereign Shenlong directly asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Saint Sovereign Shenlong took out a spatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it. This. Fang Chen wanted to decline. Take it. Saint Sovereign Shenlong tossed the spatial ring over. Fang Chen opened the spatial ring and saw that there were 500 million top-grade spirit stones inside. Saint Sovereign Shenlong, I only need 200 million top-grade spirit stones, said Fang Chen. No need to be so courteous with me. Spirit stones are nothing to me, said Saint Sovereign Shenlong. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign looked at the two of them with surprise. You too, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. This disciple of yours has helped me greatly. It's just spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Saint Sovereign Shenlong laughed heartily. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, there's no need to be courteous with this old fellow. He's the wealthiest of us. Since that's the case, Junior will accept. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks. He then took out 300 million top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. He also handed the hidden star sword to his master. Don't worry. With these spirit stones, we'll be able to gather the materials in half a day. However, I'm not sure if we'll succeed, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. One day, while Fang Chen was cultivating, the bloody spearman suddenly came looking for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, there's something we need you to do. The bloody spearman directly said to Fang Chen. What is it? Fang Chen stopped cultivating. Our 5 Elements Academy wants to recruit a new batch of students. After some discussion, we've decided to have you open the blood battle space and preside over this year's recruitment, said the bloody spearman recruitment. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Unknowingly, he had already spent more than a year in the Five Elements Academy, almost 2 years. Time really passed quickly. It was time to recruit again. However, last time, he was a student who was recruited. This time, he was the person in charge. Okay, no problem. When do we leave? Asked Fang Chen. Tomorrow, we'll leave for Blood Battle City, said the Bloody Spearman. Then, he gave Fang Chen a flying treasure. Although Fang Chen's flying speed was very fast, it would take a long time to travel from the Five Elements Peak to Blood Battle City. Fang Chen took the flying supreme treasure and said with a smile, "All right." After the Bloody Spearman left, Fang Chen received a notice from his master, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign, that the weapon had been upgraded. Fang Chen was overjoyed and went directly to the Soldier Peak. "Master, how was it?" Fang Chen asked anxiously. Refining a Dao-level weapon was not guaranteed to succeed. Even the best artifact Saint Master had a chance of failure. Fang Chen was a little worried. The hidden star sword had followed him for so many years. What would he do if it failed? "Kid, why are you in such a hurry?" The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign grinned and took out a brand new sword, handing it to Fang Chen. Hidden Star Sword. Fang Chen was surprised when he saw the brand new sword. The Hidden Star Sword had changed greatly. The sword blade had turned silver-white, and the hilt had turned golden. If it wasn't mentioned, one wouldn't be able to sense its aura at all. It was like an ordinary weapon. As expected of a Dao weapon. It can restrain its aura to such an extent. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He held the Hidden Star Sword in his hand and immediately felt a familiar aura enter his palm. Then, Fang Chen felt that the Hidden Star Sword seemed to be communicating with him. "Fang Chen, every Dao weapon can give birth to an artifact spirit." The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign explained. "Your Hidden Star Sword has just reached the Dao weapon level. The artifact spirit hasn't been born yet. You have to use your heart and soul to nurture it." "I will." Fang Chen looked at the Hidden Star Sword and was very excited. After reaching the Dao weapon level, the power of the Hidden Star Sword had become even stronger. Especially the Moonlight attribute, it had improved a lot. "Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. When your Hidden Star Sword was upgraded to a Dao weapon, it underwent a mutation. The Moonlight attribute was retained, and a new attribute appeared." The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign suddenly thought. "Yes, 2 attributes.